Old Mike. Mike isn't cold. All right. How are you feeling? Awful. Awful. But I have a big fat straddle I have to manage this morning, so. When sell OPEX position. Um, I'm probably gonna do something with most of it by the end of today. Let's see if we hold the 38.35. I think we might bounce off of it initially, but if we do, I don't think we're gonna fill the gap. We could very easily just get hung up on it for the rest of the day, trading like just a little above and below it as people position for PCE tomorrow. Yeah, I know AMC's down a bunch because Adam Aaron's somehow even further liquidating their stock. Hope not worse than yesterday. Also, I hope you made it to... Oh, that reminds me. Shit, I've got to take Okay, we just slipped right below the collar. So it's 825. Interesting. Why isn't GME dropping with the rest of the market? It's not a dilution. I'm just kidding. It's a dilution. It's definitely a dilution. They're not the ones that run it. The ones that are flipped long aren't the ones that run the price of the underlying. Don't forget, Gurk. I'll take my meds. Just give me a second. How much more is this gonna bleed off? Of shit. Oh, I know 8. Oh, all right. So yeah, it looks like our most likely level is gonna be like towards 3,800. Depending on how long we get hung up here. That's right, guys. The short vol players who flip long are bag holding with us. Yeah, for the same expirations too. That's sad. I don't like to see Kenny lose money. He's worked so hard. Let all those nice people go to Disneyland. The dilution will be insane. AMC's already like got to be one of the most liquid stocks outside of like Fang shit. Yeah, but that's just like Sam Bankman-Fried's money, right? Yeah, Upstart's getting obliterated right now. Being GME below 20 and staying there seems very challenging. There's a lot of buy pressure at that price. Maybe going into Christmas depressed will be better than starting Christmas depressed this year. Interesting. Fubo under 2? Damn. Huh. 2019 full credit spread on GME for 52 at 21.23. Free money? Ah. I mean, no. There's well, it's not bad. I don't hate it. It's not free money. There's some risk, but are the hedgies stream sniping us? I don't know. It's gonna take me a few days to make all my money back on SPX though. Good, because I opened 350 spreads yesterday. See, that's when it becomes a lot more risky. Is Fubo realistically in danger of delisting? I mean, it's not below $1. They could always reverse split again. I'm trying to snag Tesla for a long buy and hold. What's the lowest you see them dropping this in the next 6 months? I'm getting a part-time job just for this. In the next 6 months? Um, I don't know, 92, maybe 65. I'd have a lot more confidence in 92, but 65 is possible. I have to admit, this group having a bunch of GME traders following other plays opens it up to counter trading to benefit short GME positions. What do you really think Kenny needs our money, Sturkey? I mean, I like to think we're that important, but we're not. Fubo Jan calls and Upstart Jan calls How would you cut them given theta decay? Better to roll up and out than hold? Yeah, you could roll like out of the money. Are you talking about like farther dated out of the money positions? I would look to DCA somewhere between 90 and 65. I think it'll probably fall below 90 at some point. Tesla's not going to do well with its margins declining. Why is the market dropping? Was it jobless claims? Yeah, GDP also up like a bunch into the end of the quarter. I think inflicting pain on GME holders is in any way is definitely their MO. Maybe I'm giving this group too much credit. I don't think they give a shit. I think they just want to short their volatility and make their money. I don't think retail really affects them. I mean, we did at one point, but retail interest was far higher and more concentrated back then. I have exposure for March. Yeah, March OI is starting to pick up. I might still just be positioning into Jan, uh, like Jan 2024s. At least for the larger parts of my position, just because I need the better spreads. But I might get some positioning in March. I really feel like this has to run. There's a race between a run and the market dump. We want the run. Someone wants the market dump first. I mean, there's definitely a lot of short hedge funds still praying that the market tanks, or at least trying to bet on a crash in the near term. But their positions are expiring and getting weaker, which isn't really helping them. No use freaking out about Upstart. The whole market is down. Wait it out and stop being reactionary. I mean, people are mostly just reactionary, right? You can't stop that. That's why there's people who are like 95% down on calls they bought yesterday because they bought it at like the very peak of any price action with like a market order. How's OI for Upstart and GME? Are there more short positions? There were in the money puts coming in on GME yesterday. Um, Not a significant quantity of them, but some. Has the market run to 4,000 been canceled? Time to pile into short positions. No, PCE's tomorrow. If year over year and month over month PCE have cooled, which quarter over quarter PCE is not necessarily indicative of, but if they have cooled, we could still rally. I told you before, stop looking at my port. No, no Greek neutrals. Our API is down, and we can switch to a different API, but the time it'll take us to do that versus the time it'll take them to fix our current one are probably about the same. But yeah, no Greek data. Probably till this weekend. What Upstart Jan 2024 calls would you consider? Probably like, I mean, at these prices, 15, 20, 25, 30. One DT spy straddles for $400. What's up, bitches? What's up, Carl? The straddle's doing really well on the downside today. The API we use to get the options data is down. We calculate the Greeks on our own end. CBOE has been having some issues for the last, well, CBOE's had some issues for the last few weeks, but more issues the last couple days. The options chain on SPX today positioned to 3,800. 3,825 and 3,800 are both pretty strong to the downside. And we've already slipped the collar, so even more market makers sell pressure into falling prices. I think if JPM rolls the collar again before next week, they'll wait until after PCA. It's early in the day, but lit exchange orders on Upstart are going up bigly versus off exchange. Someone is doing some buying and selling. We'll see what happens. And it kind of looks like we're just going to continue to drop here. Or we're getting some long buildup. Hold on, let me check futures. Futures at 38.50, 38.55. Um, hmm. Maybe we are getting a little bit of long buildup. Do you want to mention the bar rate on Upstart at 26.7? That's higher than it was this morning. Tomorrow's news potentially even more important than today. No, tomorrow's news is definitely more important than today. Tomorrow's the PCE print, the personal spending and personal income and durable goods. Would you be surprised if we ran today, or is it still a possibility? It's still a possibility, but I'd be surprised by it. It's funny how people complain about their own decisions having consequences while trying to blame Girk. Like, having read in your report is anyone else's fault but your own. Why am I poor? Whatever, I get it. Santa rally this year, if PCA data is bullish, if so, do you see the run lasting into the first week of January? I think if the PCA data is cooled sufficiently, like, it can't just be like a point, like a 1 point move. It needs to be bigger. But yeah, I mean, it could kick off a rally that lasts into the end of the year, which would probably be exacerbated by JPM getting their calls back out of the money. The last chance of OPEC's gone then. No, I mean, unfortunately, it persists throughout the day. Here's the problem with illiquid stocks. Without some kind of catalyst for liquidity, shorts can just gap down a stock with minimal leverage. It's so painful, I need a joke. Yep, that's the downside of illiquidity. As fast as you can go up, you can also go down. You'll be okay, dork. If tomorrow's news is bad, it's gonna mess us up, right? I mean, more than we already are. Perfect time for Upstart to complete their buyback all at once. That'd be fucking awesome. Long shorts are in control of Upstart and GME right now. Do I see that correctly? Yeah, based on the positioning, it would appear that way. Correlation starting to fall off there. Another sell-off in futures. See if futures stabilize here. Okay. This looks like it's still gonna sell off. Ow. It was sad, but then I bought a cannoli. It's an okay day. Dude, that sounds good. Oh, I have to take my medicine. Hold on. returned. All right. Wait till end of day to roll. Sure. RevRQ borrow fee back down to just 178 today. It's interesting. Why did it spike so hard? It's okay. Before January OPEX, we'll hit a couple runners and we'll make some money on SPX. Everyone can refill their ports and then lose it all again on OPEX. That's the real cycle. Still haven't tested positive for COVID. I just needed to take something for my fever. Why does Upstart's Gen 20 options chain have strikes over 500? The stock used to be like $400. Upstart's had some insider buys yesterday. Some insiders were exercising call options, I think. Or share options. Did you just chug your meds with coffee? Yeah, why? What's wrong with that? Baba, good play short term. No. I mean, if you can catch a runner on Baba, you can make a lot of money, but yeah. It's very dangerous. It's been fighting for 90 for a little while now. I mean, I can't really average down my Fubo unless it drops a lot more. Hey, there we go. All right, so as of 9:48, yeah, we can move down to like 3810 here. Maybe 3900 or 3800. I should probably put some stops on my short side of this straddle now. Wonder if I should just use these calls to strangle tonight. Why is Upstart IV so low? It's been being crushed pretty hard. It hasn't traded very much volume for the last couple weeks. I will hold and roll these calls on Upstart until the motherfucker delists. The data is beyond compelling. The data is very compelling, but the realization of what the data is pointing at is not occurring. So CB leading index MOM forecast negative 0.5, actual negative 1. Take profits here or wait? No, this is just gonna go down more, right? Yeah. This market can go fuck itself. That's fair. Antigens generally work best for someone who's contagious. If you're vaccinated, it's a breakthrough case. It's far less likely to trigger an antigen test. Just some handy notes. I've gotten the PCR test twice. I don't know. I know you don't like going short on cat, but it's an all-time high. Don't you see a looming recession and high fuel costs impacting their business next year? Why is their business impacted by high fuel costs? They don't buy fuel. They make things that consume fuel, but I don't think high fuel costs are a big deal for them. Targeting 180 mid 2023. I wouldn't be surprised if their price comes back down in line with the indexes, but why short cat? Like it's historically it's never worth it to short cat over just like going short on DJX. The drops in Dow are far more consistent. Remember that cat's earnings are likely to be largely unaffected by the recession. At least not until we're very deep into a recession. And usually recessions spur a lot of government spending, which cat makes a lot of money off of. Well, Nexus was right. How could he be wrong? You're way too bullish in a recession, Garrick. No, I'm not. And we're not in a recession yet, technically. People kept telling me that before the fucking market rallied 1,000 points, too. I have a sneaky feeling the Upstart buyback has already been finished. However, the press release will not be issued until after a large upside or downside move. Recovery continue to run. I think a lot of our stability at certain price points on Upstart has been due to the share buyback, especially like 20 and 14. What's a good entry price on HAL if it falls back down to 32? Um, hmm. I don't know if it will. Uh, I like sub 35 if you can get it. 32 is awesome. Um, you probably won't get 32. My cost basis on HAL is 30, like 33 something, and that's with selling covered calls. So I bought higher than that. I guess maybe not with my options, but it's still pretty high. Yeah, 32's a nice range. There was a really good opportunity in like September. I don't know if it's gonna drop that low again anytime soon though. So I would look, yeah, like 35. You might get something near 32, but 35 is not terrible. Yeah, people ask about shorting cat all the time. I don't get it. Like, you can just go like overlay DJIA or and cat, and like the performance of short positions on Dow is significantly better than it is on Caterpillar. I have no idea, Stefan. Why don't you contact TradingView's customer support and ask them? If they bought an average of 15, they could take 10 million shares out of circulation with what was left of the buyback at earnings. That would giga fuck the shorts. I think they could take more than 10 million shares. 20. They had $250 million at earnings for their buyback. That'd be like what, 15, 16 million shares out of circulation? Your SPX daily puts are freaking me out. Why? They're only up like 50%. Clip it, cat stuff. Maybe you'll get fewer questions. I think I clipped that exact thing before. I don't think a lot of people watch the clips. They're not very popular. You just don't want a shorting cat. I don't care if you short cat. The problem with shorting cat is that generally when it drops, it has like big volatility spikes that last a while. And so your fucking out of the money puts get just eaten alive when the price rises and sits there for a week and a half. Ask anybody who's shorted cat when I've told them that's a terrible fucking idea, how it's gone for them. There's plenty of people in here that have shorted cat. Sava holding strong. I literally don't think they have anything to short Sava with. Sava's got like a 33 million free float. And not a ton of ETF exposure. Clips are the best and most productive use of time. SS has picked up on the negative XRT cash. Who told him? Woo! Alright. So I just need like 5 more 100% gain plays, and I could make back all my money from OPEX. Perfect. Thanks, SPX. Are you asking Gherk if GME can go down more? Of course it can. It can, but not a lot more. There's still a lot of buy interest on GameStop at these prices, and if it drops further, you start to get institutional interest. Are those conditions repeatable? Yeah, oh, absolutely. Caterpillar is just super index exposed. And because Caterpillar is so exposed to indices, when indexes drop, cat drops. Well, regardless of cat's actual valuation. And so when indexes start to recover, cat rockets because it's worth significantly more than like the price it trades at, right? Cat's a fun way to take advantage of the fact that man, I sold perfectly at the bottom there. Cat's a really fun way to take advantage of inefficiency in the pricing of equities in the market. It's not really arbitrage, but kind of like that. Why would institutions buy at these prices? GME book value is at around 5. Yeah, but GME still has cash flow. Like, they're not going to trade at book. The chances, I mean, if GME trades at book, we'll buy the float, right? I would double at least my position on GME, maybe triple it if GME ever came anywhere near book value. People still have jobs, Jose. The ultimate hedge. Upstart's very close to book value. And technically, Upstart's book value should be higher, but they've been taking on a lot of their own loan burden lately. Um, if the credit markets start to stabilize a little bit now with the Fed not pushing forward such high rate increases, they'll probably be able to find some people to pick that loan interest up off of them, and then that'll improve their book value. And the buyback can be completed whenever they want. The advantage to completing the buyback this year is they would dodge the excise tax that goes into place on share buybacks uh going into next year. So they'd save $2.5 million over the course of the buyback. How much lower do you see Fubo going? I'm surprised it's at 2. But Fubo's heavily synthetically shorted, same like Upstart and GME, so it'll bounce back eventually. It's getting pretty illiquid, and so the price is dropping a little faster on it. Fubo was actually fairly liquid, and one of our initial thoughts was that it would be harder for them to dry up liquidity on it, and they're doing that. Buyback good for Upstart's stock price? Yeah, when it's announced. Fun cat fact: if you bought cat at the money calls, anytime it was $200 or less within the last 6 months, with at least 6 months of theta, you'd always end up in the money in the last 3 years. Yeah, that sounds about right. The tax is 1%. Yeah, but it's still a lot of money when you have a $250 million share buyback, right? Reverse split possible for Fubo if it gets down to $1. Yeah. Fubo's reverse split in the past. Have you noticed Jimmy acted differently to active fund pressure last week or so? Not correlating as much. Yeah, well, once the like the short volatility or the synthetic short positions rolled out, we don't have as much downside pressure. So the downside pressure we're seeing is mostly direct shorting and like shorter dated in the money puts. But we don't like that big put blanket rolled off, right? When are buybacks announced? They generally announce them at the shareholders like meetings, like on the 10Q and quarterly reports. Do you think Upstart buyback happened after earnings, which is why it bounced so hard, versus now it's just drifting further downward with no buy pressure? There may have been some buying back after earnings. The price was quite low. But it's quite low right now, too. So, do you think Upstart and Fubo will realize growth in the next month? I mean, I think at some point they're going to have to go up because there's no liquidity in the markets, and that's going to. The more illiquid the markets become, the more implied volatility is going to go up, right? So there is a consequence to a market becoming too illiquid, as volatility will begin to rise, and that's not good for short volatility positions, right? So they don't want it to get too illiquid. I think a realization of liquidity and its mean reversion are inevitable, but there's clearly something that we're missing with the timing. Again, today still has potential, but after today, if nothing happens, there's something regulatory that we're not aware of. And I don't know what it is. The settlement guide would indicate that there's no way for them to stack deferrals. The ETFs are fucking negatively cash balanced, and their shares outstanding are way the fuck down against their net asset value going into their rebalance, which ends, I think, today. Or at least XRT's ends today. Yeah, today's T+3, right? Yeah, today's the final day of T+3. You don't need to time the bottom. It doesn't matter when you do the buyback. The 1% is the 1% excise tax is still relevant. I mean, it's a $250 million buyback. The 1% tax, which isn't currently in effect, would mean that you reduce your share buyback power next year by $2.5 million, which, yeah, isn't a ton, but it's still something. SPX gonna recover a bit here or continue down? We might get locked up in this range. Or at least stabilize in this range. Slightly above 3,800. That's why I closed my puts. I feel a turnaround and upstart coming, mainly because I have to step away from the market for an hour. The main reason I appreciate you is how calm you are explaining things. These types of red days, weeks are depressing, but you explain things plainly and not emotionally. It makes me feel better. Thanks, Captain Morgan. I'm seeing Upstart book value as 967. What are you seeing book value as? Probably fairly close to that. 878. I think you're looking at the previous quarter, or you're looking at the previous annual, which would be like 2021 would be like 965. The current quarterly is like 878. To what degree can MMs just unilaterally determine implied volatility? Well, if their volatility is in line with the risk, then they're taking on more risk in their positioning, right? So there's some degree of outside control over how much they can manipulate volatility, but they can mess with it quite a bit, and depending on, especially with these stocks like GME and stuff, like we've seen them do some really fucked up shit with volatility on GME before. Like in June when they just dropped volatility like 30 points. Do you explain the implications for GME containing ETFs, negative cash balances, how this relates to illiquidity and the increasing borrow rate? Thanks, I appreciate all your knowledge. Well, so with the ETFs are clearly carrying obligations that are underwater, right? And that's why their cash balances are negative. That's either single stock futures or forwards or futures contracts that they're using to hedge the NAV. It could be outstanding short positions that are reflecting negatively on their balance sheet. But essentially, let's not try to pinpoint it because it could be many things. But outstanding obligations that are negative, um, those should be cleared during the rebalancing period, and then the fund should be restored, right? The implication is that they haven't cleared it, and if they haven't, they're not going to be particularly forthcoming with share creation during that period. And that would force anybody who needed to short GameStop to turn to the lending pool versus getting their shares from ETFs. And I think that's why we're seeing a little bit, and it's still just a very little bit of activity in the lending pool for GameStop. That's the thing, Rocket Randall, is generally in this period we would see XRT move back onto Reg Show in order to dodge the audit, right? But they're not on Reg Show. They're going full steam ahead into the audit with a negative balance and God knows how many unreturned shares. If Upstart did the full 250 million buyback now, that's nearly a quarter of shares outstanding. Would that not increase the price a lot, even before an announcement? I mean, not necessarily. When it's announced, the underlying will be repriced, right? Because the free float will have shrunk. Well, the free float and the shares outstanding would have drastically reduced, and so that value has to be realized over a smaller number of shares. Um, but yeah, unless there's an announcement, the buyback's unlikely to affect the market price. You're out of your straddle put side. Is it time to pick up some calls for upside in the next couple weeks? Yeah, I'm out of the put side of my straddle. I'm out of the long side a little bit as well. Um I closed about half of it at market open. I still have the other half. So I have some calls at 38.75. I have some 3900s for 1230 as well. I think that might be all the upside I'm going to buy for the end of year. So I'll probably straddle tonight at the money again. Like near wherever we end up towards close. See where that takes us, but I don't think I'm going to position any more into the long side of this. I don't like the quarter over quarter PCE numbers. I think tomorrow's report's more likely to be bearish than positive. So I might actually pick up some like near the money January puts, or some more near the money January and February puts for SPX today. Especially if we get a bounce back towards the collar. I think I'll pick up some like 3800s, 3750s. Bundling up the hedge into forwards. Sure. But who's gonna write it with the previous forward unrealized? Like, who's gonna counterparty that? Also, how are they gonna get through the audit with that fucking unrealized negative balance? Upstart's percentage in the ETF is very low. That has nothing to do with the amount of synthetic shares that can be created against that holding. Do you know some security lawyers you can ask about this? It's not, I mean, yeah, I could probably find someone to dig into it, but that's not really their field. Like they write those rules, but it's more a compliance side thing, and those guys aren't going to discuss that outside of, their work environment. They're under pretty strict NDAs, and they're not going to give up their 7 to 8 figure a year income to talk to me about it. Going bearish yet on SPX? I already did this morning. I closed my puts at the first test of 310. We need to save DFV at 3750. DFV's cost basis is not 3750. Swaps aren't a promise to buy shares. Forwards can be, or single stock futures. But that's not a swap. Don't get those two mixed up. Somewhere within the context of the rules, there's a deferral that not only did we not recognize, but several $1 million worth of long volatility positioning was unaware of as well. Or they are aware of it and simply have enough theta on their positions, or don't care and will roll their positions, which is also a possibility. But those positions are not doing well either. I mean, there's like in the money straddles only profit on volatility. They don't profit if we trade flat. Would you average down March 20 upstart calls here? IV's very low. Even historically, IV's very low. Um, hmm. VIX is up 5% today. There it goes. What are the consequences of them failing the audit? They could force a buy-in. They could shut down the fund or freeze it. Um, the managing partner can shut it down. Do you really think market rules are going to change in any meaningful way without violence? No. Market rules will change enough to satiate public outrage, right? And then they'll just find new loopholes. It's not it's not crime. Fubo actually has growing revenues and growing subscriber base. They've been picking up a lot of broadcasting rights all over the place, not only for sports but for other content as well. They're lowering the cost of their subscription service via paid advertisers, and so that should also encourage subscriber growth. Their subscriber base has been growing quite rapidly. They're not going out of business. They have a decent amount of cash on hand, and they're undervalued. And Fubo's trading below book right now. I think they're a good acquisition target, more likely than they are a good growth target, but not a bad growth target. And currently, 2025 is expected for them to hit profitability at their current rate of growth. Their next earnings should be really interesting because subscriber growth during the World Cup. Would negative cash for XRT create FTDs? I mean, FTDs can be created regardless of if they're positive cash or not. But FTDs on ETFs really aren't relevant except with respect to the underlying stocks, right? ETF FTDs technically should never exist because ETFs have unlimited amount of shares. So you should never fail because so all fails on ETFs are intentional. That's the best way to put it. Expect Upstart and GME to drop significantly more after today if no price improvement. They could. I don't think GME would drop as much. It has far more retail interest at these prices. Nope, GME 52-week low. If no picks today, has anyone looked into accounting rules that allow for ETF creation book balancing to be deferred to year end? Could this be why we see March runs? We didn't really have a March run in I guess we did. A little bit, but it wasn't big in 2021. I haven't looked into the accounting rules for their creation book balancing. I don't know if I'd be qualified. No, I didn't sell my calls. Is it possible to sell your shares to yourself? I run a POFF MM and create two divisions, one for bid, one for ask, and they use those to construct MBBO. Yeah, but it'd be pretty illegal. That was Jimmy's 52-week low, wasn't it? Am I missing something here? Oh, no, we have another one. The 52-week low is what? It's like 1887. 1940 is the, like, yeah. 1940 is the last actual support. 1887 is the 52-week low, I think. Uh, that happened in after hours? Wait, no. Oh, that's just a line I drew. Never mind. 1888 is the 52-week low. Yeah, 1888. Can we make a market crash bingo card and put ETF collapse on there? Yeah, I mean, don't forget these ETFs are really overcrowded right now too because there's so many short positions in the market. Are they still actively shorting GME, XRT, or GME and Upstart, or is this just tracking the market? I think there's still some active shorting as we realize these like volume spikes on the downticks. There's definitely some active shorting. Probably just in line with the market drop, taking advantage of it. Also, ETFs could be writing themselves forward to balance their books to end of year. But they'd still be net negative on the previous forward, right? They wouldn't have. That that's tricky because then you're already negative the balance and you're writing a forward against the negative balance without rebalancing the fund. That would be a default. Tungsten. Are you ignoring my question or am I shadow banned? I might not have seen it. I got kind of behind on chat here. Yeah, I don't see it, AJ. Just ask it again. Maybe it didn't go through. What's the last fund that got shut down for something like this? Can't think of one that has. There was back in like 2000, what was it, 2013? ...2014 when they changed the rules for money market fund reform. There were a few that collapsed around that time. Not XRT. When's this Fubo repricing supposed to happen? Isn't that supposed to happen fairly soon? I mean, Fubo probably would have already been repriced if it didn't have a massive short position on it. But it does, so there's no telling when the market's going to realize greater value, like greater price for Fubo. It's still very, very short. Like what, 35% SI? I never bought any Fubo at $4.90. No, I wouldn't buy it at that price either. Fubo holdings reduced 95% by me this week. I capitulated there. Yeah, there's probably some long selling on Fubo as well, below the, especially now that we're below $2. They've covered early last week and after hours on GME. No, I don't think so. Fubo has 1.2 million revenue per employee. That seems insanely incredible. Thoughts? They've a pretty decent overhead. It's not excessive. They don't really blow a lot of money. Um, they were spending a lot of money on the sports book, but they've since gotten rid of that, right? Could this continued shorting lead to a larger than normal OPEX? Yeah. But we're already beyond larger than normal. Now it's getting ridiculous. No, they roll their previous forward. That's essentially the stock equivalent of an end of year general ledger entry to balance their accounting imbalance. To what? January? Also, everyone drop a like. Thank you. Oh, if you guys could, that'd be nice. So when is this Fubo repricing supposed to happen? Isn't that supposed to happen fairly soon? Okay, answered that. Yeah, XRT's been abused forever. Are institutions still buying into Fubo? I don't think so. I think well, the volume would indicate that most of the institutional positioning that was buying in the $3 range has stopped. There may still be some trickle in over time. How common is for a stock to be trading below its book value? Pretty rare. And Fubo is currently priced for bankruptcy. But their financials would indicate they're pretty far away from that, so. 11.3 last year. T6 from these ETF creation to satisfy Q3 forwards at T35. What's T35? You mean, are you talking about like October 31st? What's up, Darth? If orders went in at market open for OPEX, would we see those realized later in the day? E.g. dark pool dumps, yeah, or is that incorrect? We can, yeah, that's why I haven't closed my calls yet. Next time we do a run near 50, tons of people will probably sell, like coming up for air. All part of the plan to generate those liquidities. Oh yeah, a ton of people are gonna sell. Retype for shadow ban potential. Seems like the safe play on upstart GME Fubo is to buy Jan 24 slash shares. Wait out the volatility shorting business right now. Yeah, I mean that's always the safe play. The problem is you don't get a lot of leverage doing that, and some things it's not necessarily desirable to have long dated calls on, specifically GME, because if they don't hit short term profitability, they will do a share offering. They do end of year forward execution, which resolve end of quarter one. March, any forwards that were not executed in Q1 for the roll balance in Q4 resolve in Jan on T35. But T35 is not a thing. You're talking Reg T is 35 calendar days. And that's an extension based on a position marked long. Which, sure, you could use a forward to do. But only on the ETF side. It wouldn't affect the creation side. I've been here too long, but at least I found the love of my life and a husband out of the deal. Thanks, Darth. Look, it's this simple, Gorkicelli. The ETFs are out of money. What kind of volatility positions are you looking at for Upstart Jan 24? I was thinking 100, 200. Yeah, I mean, anything with like 0.05 Vega or better. Um, Upstart's IV is really low right now, and with the share buyback, it'll probably only get worse. But let's see. Yeah. Yeah, Vegas, well, with IV this low, Vega's not great. Maybe like 50 or 100. Like a little less of delta. Yeah. 100's kind of the sweet spot for those. At least right now. Seeing Fubo book value at 250. Yeah, that's about right. What happens to my call premiums if I'm down on them and I exercise? Do the call options premiums get returned back? No. You would lose the premium. Fubo is not a fucking squeeze play. Why do you still have faith that regulators and players follow regulations? If a party fails an audit, doesn't seem they are held accountable. They are to their counterparties and shareholders. They won't fail an audit. Large put sell 100 each. 97.50. GME Gen 24 sold at 78.55 each. Huh. Hey, Mighty Potato. How you doing? Is there a decent chance Fubo will do a reverse split if we continue to head below book value? I mean, if they are at risk for delisting, then there's a very good chance they will. At these prices, could Jimmy trigger some institutional or insider buying? It'd probably need to be below 20, maybe in like the 16, like 14 to $16 range. The leverage you can get right now is 1-to-1, 1-to-2 a share instead of buying 100 shares at $2. Leverage is essentially 2x based on Jan's 17, 20, 25s. For what? For GME? I don't know what stock you're talking about. This is all because Jimmy posted positive free cash flow. There were articles saying Jimmy missed earnings, but failed to mention the improvement in cash flow that will only get better in Q4. The improvement in cash flow is due to the accounting used to calculate it. Um, they'll have to make some serious SG&A cutbacks for that improvement in cash flow to continue to be realized in their next report. SPX false breakout? What breakout? This? That wasn't going to be a breakout. There's not a lot pushing SPX up right now. We might get some long build up, but I highly doubt we'll break up through 38.35 today. Tomorrow's data could, but nothing today. There seems to be a lot of discussion in the media about tax loss harvesting. How much of the drop over the last week would you attribute to this? There's some. It's a end of year effect that's generally occurs more so in bull markets than bear markets. In bear markets, usually the people taking profits at the end of the year are shorts. What does this lack of realized OPEX price improvement tell you about the GME play? That there's something we're missing? The in the money puts were sold. There were some in the money puts bought yesterday, but not very many of them. Selective hearing activate. Fubo is not a squeeze play. Fubo is a squeeze play. Oh great, let's go. It's not a squeeze play. It's a slow growth over the next 2 years play, which will hopefully result in a buyout sometime before then. Is there a FINRA deferment rule for force majeure? The timing of this nationwide blizzard is sus as fuck. I mean, there is. Act of God is one of their deferments. But at least we have volume today. Sad. Yeah, it's a little bit better. GME 17, 18. I mean, if we're not gonna run, these prices could persist for a while. We may see lower than 17 or 18. Could this lead to another Jan 2021? Not without failures. GME still doesn't have any failures. Looks like time to buy some 3815C. So I don't hate those, but I don't think it's time to get them. Getting there. Close, but not just yet. Well, no, right? Tricky. Hold on. Okay, maybe it isn't a bad time. I don't know if I'd go 3815, but maybe 3810. Just got priced up. Hate it when I do that. Yeah, I agree. It was still a nice improvement. But we have to see if it persists, right? Like, if we don't have positive free cash flow quarter over quarter, no one's gonna give a shit. What was our last big OPEX run? August? Should I on LinkedIn message Michael Feely, portfolio manager of XRT, and ask him why XRT has negative cash? Sure. Just don't even do that. Just be like, hey, when are you guys gonna buy some fucking GameStop? Or text reporting max GME borrow 293%. Oh Jesus. Oh god, no, he's buying calls. Why do you always have puts outside of the money? Like, you always buy puts at a level that is beyond the range the market is moving in. Stop doing that. I'm like, market between 3,800 and 3,835, and you're like, I'm gonna buy 3750s. Boom. Don't do this. Especially not going into like big economic data where everyone's going to be positioning at the nearest strikes, right? Is this the most depressed you've seen the pickle jar yet? Not even close. This is nowhere near as bad as February or November. Hmm. Yeah, SPX looks like it's getting ready to turn around a little bit here. Okay. Did you take profits on puts here or wait? I already did. Check quant cord. What do you got, turd? Back when I used to follow cash balances. Huh. It seems like it's fairly common with some ETFs. It's a very brief period of time. Synthetic forward position on GME being opened for the last hour. 2024 1750C, 2024 1750P. I can't tell if it's a synthetic short future or synthetic long future. The bid ask keeps changing too much. Been bought, sold a few contracts at a time every few seconds. Interesting. Both. uh Hopefully we get an OI update soon. Did I miss the update on Revlon? I don't think so. So since there was no covering this morning, is OPEX over? I mean, covering could occur at any part of today, but yeah, I think it's pretty much over. Are there any financial reasons for ETFs to buy the stock back as low as possible? No? I mean, there shouldn't be. I mean, buying it cheaper is better for them, but other than outside of that, there shouldn't be any reason for them not to want to buy it back at spot. They should be profiting off the arbitrage currently. I think fixed expectations this week were much more subdued. Brexit had people losing life savings. Yeah. We're learning to be numb and patient. I can be proud of that at least. Thanks, Jen Jen. WeBull won't let me buy it. You can buy it on Schwab and Fidelity. I don't know if anyone's buying a lot of it right now, but you can buy it both of those places. Next week has a lot of important economic data coming out, but not as important as tomorrow. What's next week? I don't think anything's very important next week. Jobless claims. Next Thursday. Yeah, nothing super important next week at all. Not a lot of trading days next week either, but retail inventories, good trades balance, wholesale inventories, Schiller home indexes, which nobody seems to care about. I mean, honestly, jobless claims are probably the most important thing next week, and that's just like the December 24th report. The week following is a little more important. You have JOLTS, ISM, manufacturing. We have FOMC minutes, which we already know. Balance of trade, non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate, participation rate. Those will be like the employment data, on like Friday, Jan 6th will be really important. You've ruined Christmas with your OPEX nonsense, and now I have to sell my children. Oh no. Is that a loss? What are the chances we can find a counterparty to the frosting challenge? I really don't want to go back to Wendy's. How much frosting are you gonna eat? It keeps looking like a run and then craps the bed. Yeah, it's pretty shitty. Is this a good time to sell GME? No, it's at a low. Why would you sell GME now? This is a terrible time to sell GME. Right above its 52-week low. Awesome investing. Can you outline a situation for BTC recovering from this range? I need to fill my hopium tanks. I think BTC is going to go lower into next year. Like 11,000. Sorry. Are you going to hold and average down your GME Jan 24 calls? Yeah, I'll keep them. There's no reason not to. VIX climbing at this 3790 level. What 3790 level? VIX is just up today anyway. I'm still learning, but if OPEX is likely to be NOPEX, what makes you feel confident that GME won't go much lower, besides the institutional interest it'll generate? Or is that kind of the reason? It also generates retail interest at these prices. Quite a lot of it. I mean, regardless of how much Superstock has fallen off, there's still a significant number of people that just buy GameStop every week, regardless of the price. And at these prices, they get more GameStop for their money. There's momentum to that over time. Why is everyone in your comments calling you Jeff? Did I miss an inside joke? I have no idea. Well, if there's a forced buy-in of the deficit, then yeah. 20% borrow. It's back up again. Is this a good time to sell GME? No. The put call ratio higher than it has ever been. When it flips, we will all make white. Good news, Ortex says GME is 293% to borrow. That number is wildly skewed. GME's I know GME's prime borrow rate's up a little bit, but it's not that significant of a move yet. Do you think DN and GN have changed at all? Probably, but we haven't had data for 2 days. You currently own Jan 24 calls on GME, just volatility plays. Yeah, I have some $100 contracts. I think they're down a little bit right now. 30, 30%. So I'll probably pick up some more of them. That lower IV, ideally. Is this the Santa rally? No. I'm down $1 on my Delta Neutral Strangle on GME. I may never financially recover from this. Probably not. We're not going to be providing forward guidance at this time. What's the bear case for this GME price action? All of the illiquidity we see being driven is just long shorts, driving the price of the stock down. And volatility shorts have never come back in any significant amount. People are just shorting the fuck out of it ever since August. That would be the bear case. Count's book value is at 29. It's trading at 230-ish. What's the point of book value? It's an it's a baseline, right? That's why book value is useful. It's the same baseline across any equity you use it on, and it doesn't look at market pricing, right? It ignores market pricing and just it just looks at the balance sheet of the underlying stock or the stock that you're looking at. Ben, oh, thank you so much, Ben. Everybody, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. Thank you so much, Ben. Is Ortex run by Linixis? No, but I have a feeling he gets a lot of his data from there. GME bar rate moving up feels like it did in Feb, right after an OPEX, before March's OPEX. It keeps going up slowly for the whole month. We'll see. I mean, at these liquidity levels, I don't see where else they're going to get shares. I mean, obviously they need to turn to the lending pool, which should see an increase in failures over time as well. Jesus Christ, what's with all the fucking AMC messages? I bought almost the absolute bottom on those 38.15s. Nice. That's a good price. Do we know any more about the Rev situation at this point? No, because I've been sick as fuck. I think basically the way it stands now is if the bankruptcy court accepts the proposal, they have a few months to find a buyer. Otherwise, um, shareholder equity is going to be destroyed. I don't know how they pull that off, or at least Perlman's equity will be destroyed. Was it Feb into March OPEX? I think it was at the beginning of March OPEX that the bar rate started to trickle up. So it doesn't go back very far. All right, hold on. I'll look. Is Root a piece of shit company? I don't think they're a piece of shit company necessarily. I don't really know how successful in their sector they're going to be though. Insurance is pretty hard to break into. Hold on, I have like 9,000 more things to click through here. So I can download this? Oh god, it's a CSV. Never mind. Alright, so GME's bar rate first started to move up on January 24th, it went from 0.7% to 1.1. It fell back down again into the beginning of March. Stayed pretty flat until March. March 16th, it started to rise. On March 16th, it was at 2.7%. By March 25th, it hit 26%. Where it stayed relatively stable until March 29th, where it began to decline, dropping down to 6.5. 5.1. Yeah, down to about 5.1% through April. And then on May 16th, it began to climb again. From 5% until it peaked at 108 on June 2nd. Sorry that took so long. Also playing it safe by just buying Jan 24s on GME to capture what seems to be an almost inevitable massive run in the next few months. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Provided that IV continues to drop off. How long do you think about holding your GME and Upstart calls? Through today. Close them at the end of the day. We have new forward guidance. GameStop is now partnered with Robinhood in the confetti making business. They'll be sold at your local party city. Oh, fantastic. Didn't Root have like 40 to 50% of its revenue from Carvana? They had a lot of it from them. What's your PT on Fubo? $8 to $13 in 2 years. Well, not 2 years anymore, but like a year and a half. Just pop in to say hi. I love you. I hope you got the Paxlovid. I just got my positive test result for the first time. Heading to get my script now. Fun. No, I mean I have it, but I can't take it because I haven't tested positive yet. We've been increasing the cost of bar almost linearly 1-to-1. This seems like a wash. Okay, real cost of borrow isn't really moving. Can you tell me why I'm wrong? I mean, retail cost to borrow is not indicative of the prime cost to borrow, so it doesn't really matter. Liquidity is low for GME. I've been holding off on CCs. If no significant price action in the next 2 to 3 weeks, do you suspect we just hang out between 17.20? And if so, CC's closer to the money? I mean I can't sell CCs, but you're in your position. you can probably be far more aggressive with them than I'm able to be. I can't sell CCs until the market maker hedge has flipped or we have realized liquidity. So when that happens, it's very profitable for me, but yeah, I really can't sell them right now. You might be able to take more risk than I can. The increase in cost of borrows be simply due to ETF rebalancing. Didn't this happen another time a few months ago? No. GME's cost of borrows done nothing but go down since June. Time for SPX 0 DTE Condors. Um, no, I probably wouldn't do that. That's kind of risky. What does Upstart sell? Hmm. They're like a credit rating agency. So I guess you would describe their product as being a risk reduction for lenders. I just got words that wheat will likely be considered a partnership with effectively connected income, thereby subjects to a 10% withholding tax upon sale for us Canadians after Jan 1st. Oh, rough. Yeah. Yeah. Watch out for that, Canadians with wheat exposure. What about JJG? JJG is an ETF instead of an ETN, I think. Right? Not an ETN, is it? I know it is. Never mind. JJG is also an ETN. Does it just affect all ETNs? Or is it specifically wheat? Is this consolidation bullish or bearish on GME? It's just shit. This isn't. I mean, it's nothing. We're not trading a lot of volume. Do you think reverse stock splits are going to be the share buyback for 2023? We'll probably see more of them. Why can't you sell CCs? I mean, I can trade them, but I can't sell any significant quantity of them at any time. My selling of them would skew the spread far too much. So I would generate a lot of slippage in each strike. And frankly, it's not worth the risk. My cost basis is really low, so I don't want to get assigned at these prices. So it seems like selling leaps is one of the worst options as far as options go. Unless you think a company is going under or something. There's a place for it. There's reasons to sell leaps. They don't come up very often, but thanks, backhanded compliment. Happy holidays, man. SPX another leg down, or we recover? I don't know. It's hard to say. Um, might be another leg down. Futures are selling. Not as strong a leg down, but I don't know. Maybe most of the sell-off is already realized. Just a test of like 3,800. We'll probably get some short capitulation somewhere in here. That's why I was targeting like the upside a little bit. Yeah, Tesla's just dying. Okay. If there's a crash, is there going to be a sell-off for Upstart and GME too? Yeah, probably. How fast they recover, it's hard to say, but yeah, generally in a crash, everything drops. For Jan Upstart calls that are down to 0.06, do you think it's worth hanging on to them at all? I'm down so much on them. I mean, you could, but it's a risk. I mean, I guess they're not going to go much below zero. They're worth 6 cents. Greedy bears. No, it wasn't BlackRock. 3,800 puts to take profit now. We may see some 3,800 puts take profit now. Would you rather invest in inverse ETFs or just hold cash for when things start looking up, like in March of 2020? Uh, if we get a market crash, I mean, generally you want to use that opportunity to buy everything you want. Or go long SPX. Will GME drop in a crash? Looks at the 45 million shares in ETFs prone to liquidation. GME may have some resiliency to a crash, but it's still going to go down if the market crashes. I am not feeling better at all. I actually feel worse today than I did yesterday. I'm just less tired. Be greedy when others are fearful. Yeah, generally. $100 Jan 24 is worth 94. Seemed like a decent IB play. Vega's the thing to look for when playing volatility, correct? Yeah. You want a good balance of, like, Vega and lack of delta. because you don't want to be exposed to the near-term price movements. You also don't want to pay for delta. I'm depressed about my port. It'll recover. Hopefully. Hopefully SPX double bottom here on the 30-minute. We'll see. I think if SPX goes up today, it's not going to go up a whole lot. I mean, I didn't. Usually I'm pretty good at managing my OPEX positions, and I got burned hard on this one. So I'm right there with you guys. I'm down $5 a share on Upstart, and then probably like 167,000 in between like GME options and Upstart options. I'm actually not down that much on the Upstart options because of the CSPs, but it won't take long to recover it. Are you streaming live in 2 places? What? I'm not. Where else am I streaming? You generally want the delta to be like below 0.1. You want to be really, really not exposed to. Linux is streaming? That's too funny. All my rev shares are down from 8 to under $0.50. Wait, what? What? Your rev shares? Oh. In my bear case is a market crash at end of January. I guess selling my shares makes sense now. Sure. I don't know if we'd see a market crash by the end of January. It seems too soon. Maybe the beginnings of one. Linux is Gork from Wish. If we're talking about big losses, I bought into my Jobby Jobs IPO at 16. We're now sub 50 cents. Ouch. Invite Linux on stream. Never. Possibility the Jan's Leap chain is giga stacked across the market, and this shakeout before the rip, and then the market falls afterwards. Maybe. That's not gonna change my plan, though. If there's a mega rip, you can just buy weeklies, right? Any idea why we haven't had a run in like 6 months on GME? We know they're shorting every day. How are they covering somehow? We've had several runs in the last 6 months. The last big one was in August and then on October 31st, but since we saw no resolution of liquidity and no price improvement on any of the OPEC stocks, do you expect January OPEX to be the big spike? Possibly last for a while all over the market. Maybe. How's the SPX chain looking for today? They're pretty heavily concentrated around 3,800 with kind of a hard ceiling at 38.35. I had my first ever Cheez-It. I have to say I'm not a fan. Oh, I don't like them either. They're too salty. They used to be better. But they've somehow gotten much worse over time. uh Cut 38.15 C's or SPX will recover soon. I mean, I'm waiting on a bounce. Up to you. I've been trading for 5 years. I just set my first stop losses ever. I feel weird. What? I assume unsuccessfully. Everything used to be better. Have you tried the McRib this year? I've never eaten a McRib in my life. Alright, I'm feeling better. I looked at some Lost Prawn on Wall Street Bets. Nice. Nothing like browsing through Wall Street Bets to watch them lose money to make you feel better about your own port. Congratulations, Dan Weeklies. I'm so proud of you. You're so close-minded. I'm not. I'm just not gonna eat like any pork product from McDonald's, frankly. My port is only down 10%. Nice, Bean. Are we an extension of Wall Street Bets? I don't know. Probably in some way. Does pork meat come from chickens? No, it comes from pigs. Have you ever had an OPEX run near a holiday? I'm thinking back, and I don't remember one during a month with holidays. Last November? With all your Tinder dates, I'm sure you've eaten much worse. No. Did you answer my what's the point of book value question when most stocks trade at many multiple? Yeah, I did. My job crushing soft drink cans is soda depressing. I need to find a new opportunity. Dude, what is this stuff? What stuff? We're a subcult. Have you ever had Trix yogurt? No. It's so sickeningly sweet, I threw it out. You know what I do have? I have some lingonberry skyr, and I really kind of want to eat some of that right now. Ooh. Maybe Popcorn Trader's right. Maybe I do need to convert this to a cooking channel. I'll trade SPX on one side and eat fancy yogurt on the other. Stefan does that shit all the time. It leads to him asking me the same question all day. Turn it into a mukbang channel. Maybe on OnlyFans, not on YouTube. Skyr is elite, almost as good as Go-Gurt. Borrow rate's still rising. Yeah, GME should still run, but it's not. You do it all the time. You do it more than anyone else, although maybe that's skewed by the fact that you ask me more questions than anybody else. You can't tell me Go-Gurt isn't S-tier yogurt. I don't remember the last time I had a Go-Gurt. But it's in a tube. Why does my wallet hurt and briefcase feel so light today? My Upstart port has a cost basis of $20. Also would happily watch this as a cooking channel. Um okay, I don't have an answer for why your wallet hurts. I'd imagine that you bought things and then they went down in price. But as far as the cooking channel goes, I have some ideas. Bah, I'm stepping away again. Please wait 5 minutes, then re-answer my what's the point of book value question to ensure that I don't hear it for the second time. That would be perfect. It's a baseline valuation. It ignores the effect of market pricing. There, it did it. He's gonna miss it again. Tesla keeps selling. These puts are delighted. Yeah, Tesla's a piece of shit. I would like to borrow 10 million shares of GME to buy. Okay. Their selling would just occur over time as the value of the underlying dropped, so would the weight in its ETFs. Have you averaged down your rev position yet? A little bit. My cost basis is down like to like 430 something. Economic data for this month points to a pretty stable economy and mild recession. Would you agree? Not regarding if that data is realistic. So far, if the Fed keeps pushing rates there, we're going to get a much worse recession that will persist for longer. I already think they've overdone it, and I think the effects of those rate increases are still not realized fully. What's the support resistance for Fubo at these prices? I mean, there isn't any. There's no historical trading that has gone on at these prices. Have you ever tried to make yogurt? Once. It didn't turn out very good. I think I like overdid it. It just tasted like bacteria. I don't listen to Greg since that SEC pie making video. I haven't muted and listened to CNBC, especially Jim Cramer. Nice. These CSPs are fun. My $14 CSPs on Upstart are not happy right now. But hey, I get to average down my cost basis. Man, I wish I could buy shares and then not pay for it, and then when they ask for it, just say, nah, not feeling it today. Right? That's the unfair part of the market. I want to sell things and then buy them back whenever they're cheaper with no restrictions whatsoever. I want to create things that don't exist, sell them, and then just never buy them back. Do we see the short vol folks long IV position leave yet? No. Unfortunately. What Tesla price did you find attractive? Dollar cost average somewhere between like $90 and $65. Unfortunately, my Tesla position was sold off this morning. Well, I guess it's not that unfortunate. I'm actually pretty happy with it. But yeah, it was sold off in the pre-market. I missed a margin call yesterday. I didn't realize that I had a bunch of calls out on SPX. I'd bought 0 DTs at some point during the day and forgot about them, but they closed in the money and I didn't have enough money in the account to exercise them all. So the only way they were going to do it is if I met the margin call in 3 days, which I did. So now I'll get a big fat stack of credit, but my Tesla is now gone. They were actually kind of dicks about it. They just want me to put more fucking money in their brokerage. Schwab. And then they come back and say, hey, it's been like 3 months, we need payment. You just say fuck off, and then the brokerage politely says you need to pay us or we're going to charge you $100 fine for not paying us, and that should satisfy it. Yeah. What happens when JPM closes that collar? They don't, they roll it. But it it actually doesn't have much of an effect on the market, but everyone jockeying to position around it does. So it exacerbates movement in the market during that period. And it closes on December 30th. Greedy sons of bitches. I mean, I had to do it. It's my own fault for buying, like, not selling them at market close, right? I was just sick and not paying attention. But it was either sell my Tesla and exercise or miss out on like $200,000. So the choice wasn't that hard. And I was up on my Tesla position anyway. My cost basis was down to like negative $50. So yeah, my margin should have covered me, but they were pretty pissy about it. It was because my cash hadn't settled from closing my Tesla covered calls yet. Otherwise I would have been covered. But I closed my Tesla CCs, my 150s yesterday. But that doesn't settle till today. So confirm no packs? I mean, we're not seeing any price action. They do have throughout the day. But I wouldn't bet on it. It does appear that GME and Upstart are both getting more illiquid again. Which is just indicative of continued shorting. Is that good? I mean, no. Tomorrow's important news all comes out at 10 a.m. Eastern, right? Pretty sure. Does it? 8:30? It all comes out at 8:30. All the important news comes out at 8:30. What's up, Walkin? Hold on. Sorry about that margin call trying to inverse me yesterday, bro. I mean, but I closed the options on 30. There were 38.50s that closed at 38s. The inversing you paid off massively. We can do karate in the basement, but I'm still gonna inverse your SPX picks. Yeah, Japanese whiskey's the best. Okay. Futures are starting to look pretty good for a bounce now. Should I pick up more of these? Or should I just go like 38.05? Anyway, I didn't inverse you with the 38.50s. Those I bought at market open. I inversed you with 3880s, which we were trading at 3872, and you were like 3870 puts, and so I bought 3880 calls, and then I sold those at 3889. The 3850s I bought at market open. I had to offset my straddle. Still bullish on Upstart? Yeah. What happened to it? It got shorted a lot. Not even on Reg Show anymore. No, it's not. Who hates gin? Gin's, well, good gin is awesome. There's a lot of really bad gin, I think, that ruins it for people. Like Tanqueray. Tanqueray is awful. Are you gonna buy more Fubo at these prices? No. If it goes down to $1, I'll buy more. If I buy more at these prices, it's not really gonna average down my cost basis a lot. When GME run, no one knows. Literally no one. Even the hedge funds don't know, apparently. Kenny knows. Then why did he go long vol? I like Hendrix a lot. The tips touched. They just didn't go the other way. So they touched, and they went a little bit past each other, and then they collapsed again. But we didn't get the explosive movement that would have been indicative of an OPEX. The ETF managers know. Yeah, they do. Any thoughts on how low Upstart could go before a run? I'm trying to prepare my brain for massive bag holding. At by the next earnings, which I still expect to come in negative, I would say $10 or $12. But with the shorting, we might see it a little lower. Generally, when Rentec buys into GameStop, I don't think they buy a lot of options positioning. It's mostly just they buy like a lot of shares when the price is low and then sell them when it goes up. Rentec hasn't bought any GME since before the March run, though. I don't think. Well, it means they got a little bit of liquidity, and then they're using it to short right now, but they're not, like, liquidity is not reverting to mean, so the pressure's still on. Let me just drop the market cap of a company by $23 million by selling $10,000 worth of shares. God, I love this market, right? Very, very reasonable. When Jimmy hits 1776, Icon will close his short position because America. Do you have predetermined levels you like to average down at 30 to negative 30 to negative 15%? Or does it change depending on the play and risk levels involved? Yeah, it depends on the play. You don't always get an opportunity to average down on things at negative 30 or 15%. Sometimes that range is far tighter. Sometimes it's looser. I hate Rentec with a dying passion. So funny you just mentioned them. I just worked for them 2 weeks ago. Oh, interesting. Are you seeing these Jan 2024? Yeah, somebody mentioned them earlier also. I don't know if it's synthetic long or short, but it's been being bought all day. 1800 difference. We have a record of synthetic positions like this on both November 1st, 2021 and March 17th, 2022, but they were smaller. Interesting. Two hundred times 100 shares instead. That seems like a long position. Do you foresee PC coming in good or bad tomorrow? I mean, it should be good. All of our other inflation data points have been improving except for PCE. But it may not be good enough. I think we need to see some significant cooling in PCE. So if it's just like a point or two, I think that stays pretty bearish. If it moves a few points, maybe down to like what is it at 4.47 right now? So if it moves down to like 4.3 or 4.4, that would be pretty bullish. That's core PC. So I guess we'd want to see the year over year drop to like 5 5.8 or better. 5.8 or better. And then we probably won't see a lot of cooling in the month over month, but maybe like a point there as well. I can't tell if SPX is just going to keep grinding down or if it's bouncing. God, the interest is so low. Is GME even still on this stream? Yeah, it's in the bottom left corner, right here. Yeah, we're not, I mean, most of this drop isn't very volume backed. There's a little bit of volume here at the end, but that's about it. That pressure gonna pressure GME and Upstart? Yeah, it could. GME and Upstart don't have that big negative, gamma position to the upside anymore. Well, negative delta position to the upside anymore. So they're a little more free to move on a market rally. They can still be internalized though. GME don't feel so good. Seems like short. Maybe back on Reg Show. I don't think GME's getting back on Reg Show anytime soon. GME's getting pretty close to the 52-week low. I don't think is it 4 or 5 cents? I got it earlier. I don't remember what it was though. Hold on. It's yeah, we're really close. The low is 1888, so 2 cents off. Your camera is in the back of your taskbar. Oh. I don't think it is. I think that's just the... Yeah. I can put myself at the bottom of the screen. Like that. I will full port Jamie at Vega Neutral. Alright. Oh yeah, futures are gonna sell off again. Fuck that. There are no Greeks today. What do you got, Dork? I know you're currently streaming and sick, and I'm not sure if this is possible. Some of the terms get a bit confusing for me, but could this be the deferral? Could this deferral be related to the deficiency date rather than the trade date? If so, and if my understanding isn't off, then could it be possible that they failed during November OPEX 18 or 22nd? Not sure what date it'd be. Then 30 calendars days later, December 18th, Sunday, the next business day would be December 19th. Then they instead used the December margin extension, and November was never used. December's margin extension is from December 20th through 23rd, which is one day after December 19th. However, for SEA Rule 15C3-3D2 or D3, extension requests, should the deficiency date field be 1 or 2 business days prior to the extension request date, the deficiency date should be 1 business day prior to the extension request date. So December 19th would actually fit the deficiency date field, as it is 1 business day prior to the extension request date. Hmm. But that would still require them stacking multiple deferrals. Calendar days. The broker dealer shall not no later than the business day following the day on which such a determination is made. They prompt steps to obtain physical possession or control of securities so fail to receive through the buy-in procedure or otherwise. Maybe. The only way we know is if we run in January, right? Because until something happens, there's no way to backtest that. Hmm. Oh, we have a new entry year low. Woo. I'm not selling any hopium. We'll get a deferral tomorrow with the nationwide storm. Is there a deleveraged version of the SPY? Yeah, the SPY. The capital cost to enter SPY trades is beyond my risk tolerance. Uh, you can use like SPXL or SPXS, which are like leveraged ETFs that are cheaper, but that has a kind of like a different dynamic. AMC hard to borrow fee at 97%. Interesting. Are we actually waiting for Jan OPEX, or are we really in no man's land? Oh, I think it's no man's land. We could be, but there's no way of accurately determining that. How low can SPX go? Any recovery in sight? It could get hung up at 37.90 or 37.75. What's up, Buckled Up John? Everyone say hi to Buckled Up John. Is Archie shorting GME so that more people can DRS? Hey, check NVIDIA. It's doing good. 149. I have some puts. I've been getting puts this week. If you look at the DD, it broke through the trend. So it bounced yesterday, failed, and then today it's breaking down. Maybe we do hit 37.50 today. Oh, that's crazy, right? Am I allowed to inject hopium in my veins? The last time GME was this low, it went to $49 in the same month. I remember. I was there. Do you think the GME board is excited about their cost basis? No, I don't. I had 0 DTE puts earlier, and I had the straddle, but I closed it at 3,800. I have 3750 puts, but they're further dated, and I'm not going to sell them on a test of 3750. I can't afford to hold my upstart GME bags for very long. Do you believe in any price improvement within the next 2 weeks? I think you need to manage your risk and not ask me how to manage it. Sell my 1,000 custom calls at a loss to cover? How did you have... There's no options on custom. You need to look at how the breakup in Jan 2021 played out. I don't need to look it out. Look it up. I've looked at it 1,000 different times. Did you keep your long dated puts or did you drop them? I kept the long dated ones, but I dropped the puts from the straddle and my 0 DTE ones already. I feel like they have killed Santa and Jesus. Christmas is over. My straddle for tomorrow is up so much. Do I sell? It's up to you, Tom Tom. Are you gonna reposition it? I don't really know what SPGL does. I don't think that's a ticker I have. SPLG. Oh, sorry. So what is this? Spider portfolio. Kind of wide spreads. It might not be terrible. I assume it just tracks. Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible. The spreads are a little wide, but I guess it's cheaper than SPY. We're gonna close the lower mid gap to 3740. And that's still a big move for today. We could. The gap extends to 3760. Hard to think there won't be a rip soon after these prices, given the history of GME. The calls are definitely cheap. Do you still have SPX calls open? No. I have the other side of my straddle still open. But that was already worthless. Pretty sure Furlong took 8 million at 225. Yeah. The C-suite's way underwater. Fuck the strangler for tomorrow. I'm selling the short leg if we test 3750. You can always reposition it. Do you have any thoughts on PCE being negative tomorrow? PCE is not going to be negative tomorrow. No, I still have my GME calls. Also, what you do with your GME shares, if you were stuck with a cost basis of 35, write it out and continue to average down, or start considering cutting losses. I mean, it depends on what you think of the company. I think it's really what you're asking. I think GME will be worth more than $35 one day. I don't know if that day is going to be this year, but it could be. If they achieve positive free cash flow and positive EPS, they'll trade at a multiple, which they currently don't. Well, they traded a multiple to their book, but not a multiple to their earnings. I knew you were going to do Jan 24, but rolling to March or June for Upstart just be dumb. Going all the way to Jan 24 without any additional capital added would erase my leverage. You could pull it in tighter. I just don't want to take the risk. I'd rather just buy the 2024s. Also, I want enough like liquidity at the strikes. Otherwise, I might buy something. Like if I wasn't buying a lot of options, I would probably buy something closer. Do you have any thoughts on PC being negative tomorrow? We found the bot. I'm going hard on an SPX bounce next week. Tax write-off or Lambos, boys. I wouldn't do that. Really? Why? How hard do you think it's gonna bounce? Girk, it's been real. Wendy's just fired me. Okay. So you'll be around more often? If the data tomorrow surprises to the upside enough to blast through the collar, how far can it go? 39.50? Yeah, right around that range. I don't think there's too much long positioning above that right now. It could build up, but I don't think a move bigger than that would be very likely. And I don't like the potential for PCE data tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be super bullish. How many of these FinSwit dudes are just buying straddles and just posting the winning leg? Probably all of them. This year, meaning in a few days, or 2023? SS filled with posts showing the S3 squeeze score from the Bloomberg terminal. Check Upstart. What am I checking it for? It's fucking right there. I know what it costs. Beep, boop, beep, Zom 130. I'm pretty far behind. I don't know why chat's going so fucking fast. Is this a crash? No. I've been away for most of the day and kept track remotely. I've not been able to watch the stream. Could you explain what's happened so far today on GME? It's dropped really, really hard. What do you think is going on in general? Well, I'd imagine somebody is down shorting or shorting the downward pressure from active funds, since the SPX is also dropping like a rock today on the back of better than expected unemployment or jobless claims. I'll never hear the song White Christmas the same again. How low do you see Jimmy going next week, if no run at all? Also have a great Christmas. Thanks. I don't know. I mean, we're at like our 52-week low. The next support to the downside from here is in like I think the fuck it's a really low range. I have to go back and try to find it. I think the next support's at 1450, if I'm not mistaken. There's some support at like 17 and 16, like 1720 to 1660, and then below that it's like the 12 or 14 12 to $14 range. There's not a lot of historic price action around there. I would say 1450 looks probably like the strongest downside resistance below here. How long we'll trade below here is debatable. Do you think the market is setting up for a crash? Not yet, but close. Within a couple months, I wouldn't be surprised. But we may not get a crash. Crashes are still like black swan events. We may just get like a steep correction. Going through a tough time right now. Thank you for toughing out your illness and being a consistent light and joy. Thanks, Batty McBadface. Your presence is very much appreciated. Merry Christmas, Gurk, and all in the pickle jar. Thanks, man. Merry Christmas. What do you see the bottom of SPX being whenever it does hit? Sub 3,000? It could, depending on how much margins contract into next year. Yeah, I mean, we should already probably be there. Like 2,800. Decent economic positions post, GDP up, and people have jobs, and we have a market sell-off. Is this tax loss harvesting? I mean, there's some tax loss harvesting going on, I'm sure, but not from the long side, right? They wouldn't be tax loss harvesting. GDP up and jobs being up are not good economic signals right now. Those are bad. That means that the Fed is going to continue forward, pushing towards a, federal funds rate of like 5.25 by the end of the year and maintaining that rate through most of the year. We want to see GDP down, and we want to see job growth down and unemployment up. So we want the labor market to weaken, and we want the economy to weaken in order for inflation not to become entrenched. VIX is rocketing. Hey, it's up. I wouldn't say it's rocketing. Yesterday was a good entry on VIX. Start to roll my upstart $20 CSVs for tomorrow. Out and down to 18 for a small loss out to next week. Cost basis would be 13 if assigned, or get out at a loss and wait to enter later. I'm thinking about rolling mine down to like 12. 13's not a terrible price, but I don't know if we're gonna hold, if we're gonna keep seeing downside in the indices. Wow, that's so nice. And while I really like you, I've learned a ton. Light and joy are not the feelings I come here for. Merry Christmas. Thanks, Rhino. I just wiped out my losses from Nopex with that straddle. Nice, man. Yeah, I got a little bit to go, but I'm close. Tonight's straddle into tomorrow should do it. Past Nopex, IV and GME has always gotten crushed during this period. Is it odd that this is not happening now? IV moved down a little bit into this morning, but not very much. SPXX track volatility. I mean, it has its own volatility measure, but it mimics a 3 times return of the SPX. Yeah, but they can't harvest that much. They have no gains. Like long only funds have no gains this year. They're all down like 30%. So what are they harvesting against? Wouldn't short side tax loss harvesting cause ups? Yeah. If GDP is good and inflation is down, that's super bullish. Well, we'll know more about that tomorrow, but the quarter over quarter PCE report today for core PCE was flat, which doesn't indicate anything, right? Really not great that we're below the 52-week low. No, it's not. Why do you play straddles instead of strangles on SPX? You can do either one. SPX has been pretty volatile lately. It moves a lot. So straddles are a little bit better if you expect a large movement. Sometimes I end up strangling it though. It really just depends on how my positioning plays out at the end of the day. This is an incredible time for XRT to buy though. Well, yeah. Support at 1880. It's the last one. Although when we hit these levels back in like May and March, there wasn't really any historical support then either. Now that Nvidia is breaking down, where is your next price target? Man, I wrote up all the price targets in the pickles picks. I still have bear call spreads on Nvidia, like 175, 180. I've puts at shit, 150 and I say of 150 and 140 puts. And what else did I pick up yesterday? I have 120 and 110, and then I have 190 also. Decent range of strikes all the way down. How long you plan on holding GME calls? I don't know. I'm gonna sell them at the end of the day. That's what I said I was gonna do with them. I would say that don't pay attention to what I'm gonna do with them and do what you need to do with them. Do you really think SPX could go to 2800? Yeah, by like end of quarter 2 next year, beginning of quarter 3. If the data tomorrow is bullish or bearish, could that direction get more momentum going into next week? Yeah, it could. I'm talking about a like long-term short on Nvidia. Blackbird. Ooh, what a Merry Christmas dip. Next year will be better. Trust me, bro. Thanks, Santa Claus. It definitely won't. That's a scary proposition on SPX. Yeah, it is. Are you gonna pick up any GME Jan 24s or not yet? Probably not yet. Next support for GME is at like 1450. There's some support at 12. I think by Q3, the Fed has started QE again already. I mean, if inflation declines enough, then we'll probably start to see them pulling back rates. I don't know if we'll see QE by then. They've barely started the process of QT. And in an ideal scenario is we'd get a nice quick crash and then they don't have to worry about it. Hypothetically, if someone poured into OPEX plays with a small port, would praying for a bounce tomorrow be a bad thing? Risky. I don't think the data is going to be that great. It could be. And it's PCE is very volatile, but I don't think it's going to be like fantastic. Would you agree that if anyone was going to buy into GME, they would do it now? E.g., Icon? No? Why would he ever? Why would he ever close his short? He doesn't need to. Jimmy has no like current path to profitability. They're trying to get one, but they may not realize it. I can see a short closing when they realize it. If you need to sell Jimmy, I'm sorry, Fubo for tax loss harvesting, which do you see holding lows until rebuying? Would buying long dated calls be a decent hedge after selling? Yeah, you can hedge with long dated calls, or with CSPs. Um, I don't know how many of them are gonna like. I don't know if any of the three are gonna hold lows. So I'd say the risk on all three is fairly equivalent. GameStop doesn't have a share buyback in place. Why would Jimmy shorts don't close? There's no reason to close. You just take the profitable position and collect fees on it and hold it open as long as you feasibly can. You definitely don't close your shorts when prices are dropping, fucking 9% in a day. What price did you buy more? GME? Sub 15. My cover calls from October up 50%, 57%. Is that good? I'm a poor. That's not bad. Yeah. Citadel was never long short GME. Citadel was just synthetically short GME. You gotta sell in the money CCs on GameStop. I want to do it right now. Have you ever been to Masorley's old ale house? What did you think? No, I haven't. Yeah, Upstart is not flat today. It's down 7.83%. It looks like the market's gonna drop again. 37.60. Worst OPEX ever. Just buy a put, and then it'll be amazing. This is pretty wild. Is it? Yeah. The data this morning was pretty bad. I'm surprised at how hard futures are selling off. And VIX is still rising. VIX at 23 now. 23.68. Do you have any GME ETF covering dates coming up? Isn't that typically T6 or something? No? We have ETF FTDs in like early Jan, but they're very low. I don't think they're going to create any price action, or not any significant price action. Isn't the U.S. only giving the Ukraine like $1.8 billion? It's not even that much money. I don't know. We can find support higher, but the next big support's at 1450. That we know about. You got a problem with proxy wars, you got a problem with America. It's 46 billion total. Uh, we're giving them a defense system worth 1.8 billion. Okay. Even 46 billion's just not that much money. How much are we gonna make off of it? Too short-sighted. If they say futures are artificially at a high price, but they need to hedge, they'll wait till the futures are lower. No desk will ever willingly get out of a position they know is artificial. Do you smell the fear? Tomorrow crash. We'll see. Who the fuck keeps asking about selling CCs? If you're bullish on the company, you don't sell CCs at the bottom. If you're not, you might as well just sell your shares and find a company you do believe in. Great buying opportunities in 3 to 4 months. Sheesh. Yeah, I really don't understand the selling covered calls at 52-week lows. I gotta agree with you on that one, Walken. That's odd. When it's all over, who rebuilds the Ukraine? Cat? I mean, yeah, probably. Cat's definitely gonna make some money on it. I just got here. Doesn't this seem like shorting before an OPEX cover, or am I crazy? It just seems like shorting. GME off the screen? Oh, sorry, I'm looking at a different chart. I don't think the sell-off's stopping. The gap's filled at 37.60. The downside gap. Jesus fuck. Nasdaq's down almost 400 points today. No one gives a shit about SSR. Bro, when can I offload my GME bags? 2028? Probably before that. What's your cost basis? How underwater are you? I didn't tell you to buy fucking GameStop. So don't yell at me about your bags. Q check Delta neutral. On GameStop, it's at like $25. It's all my fault. 35. Yeah, you might have to wait a while. Or GME will do what it does every time. It drives really, really low and bounce really, really hard. There are two possibilities here. One, shorting and shareholder selling. Two, a lot of this is just selling. If it's just shorting, then this next run is going to make March look like Carl's fucking tea. I'm stoked. Yep. Stop saying agreeable shit, Walken. I don't like this. Is this reverse MOASS? No. It's a big market drop where they shorted all the downticks. You were right when you said if you're wrong in spectacular ways. Yes. Is the SPX turning around? It could. The gap's not filled yet, though, so I'd be cautious. Was it painful to agree with him? It's annoying. I made the mistake of getting out of the calculator to figure out how much money I was going to make this OPEX on Sunday. Never go full calculator. No, you shouldn't. Why did you destroy my marriage? I wanted to sleep with your wife. But now I'm feeling differently about it. Does GME hitting the uptick rule make any difference? Yeah, we won't go down as fast. Get well soon. We can't run when you're sick. It would be like Ben without Jerry. I had a pretty high fever in March. I don't think that's correlated at all. Merry Christmas, Rocket Man. Does anybody have the Fidelity cost to borrow for GME? The last time I looked, it was like 4%. Are we gonna fill our upside gap at 75? Probably not anytime soon. Is this a market crash? No. It's a big downside move, but it's not a market crash. Dorothea Barr, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals, where you can lord it over the pores and tell them how you don't care about your losses. But really you do. I appreciate it. Still 4% cost to borrow for Fidelity? Okay, that's what I figured. Odd how my comment about having a great time today was shadow banned. Is GME going back on Reg Show becoming more likely? No, less likely. I would be surprised if GME ever came anywhere near going on Reg Show again. We came close right there in May. We were right, like May and June. We were right on the verge of it. And then they split the stock and all the problems were fixed. Should we send a letter to Upstart's CEO? Signature required, letting him know he doesn't announce a share buyback completed by tomorrow. We'll have to default on his loans to us. I don't have any loans from them. How do I default on a loan I don't have? Do we have support at 1850? It would appear that we found a little bit. He doesn't know we don't. I mean, you're signing. I'm sure they could just check. So the dividend did nothing but help the shorts. That's all GameStop's ever wanted to do. FTDs got really high in June of last year, and they sold a bunch of shares, which helped the shorts. And then FTDs got really high again this year in July, and they split the stock. I would go so far as to say Ryan Cohen loves short sellers. Does the safe harbor rule apply if they fail to complete the buyback within the required amount of time? They have plenty of time to complete the share buyback. Admit it, Girk, I've ascended to the ranks of an actual character in this, not a cult. I know you'd be sad if there wasn't here anymore. Now let's get to working on our SPX as an everyday OPEX tour. Have your people contacted my people? There'll be no communication between our people. I will trade the SPX. You'll be here for the ride. Blasphemy? You can't blaspheme someone who's not a deity. Walking is Moonwind, definitely. So, wait, so AMC sells a bunch of preferred stock to briefly pump and FOMO ape into buying a cheap stock they can't get their poor hands on? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Moonwind died. Yeah, and was reborn as Walken. So it's like RC is Cersei Lannister, the shorts are Jaime Lannister, and we're Robert Baratheon. Um, yes. Yeah. RC and the shorts are fucking behind our back. Did you see how wrinkled his tailored shirt was in that photo with Icon? That's not because he ran up for a picture. Florida's hot. So you Moon, I watched the stream from last November, and Carl and Moon kept saying stuff, and people were responding to them, but their names didn't show up in chat. Replay. Vampires? Maybe. Carl, are you a vampire? What do you think a realistic price target for Upstart is in the next 6 to 12 months? Provided the Fed stops increasing rates and credit markets can stabilize, I think Upstart's revenues will go up pretty significantly. Conservatively, like $33. It could be higher though, depending on how much. They're also picking up exposure to more types of loans right now. So that could mean that their growth is even more rapid uh, into a stable credit market. So, that part's a little hard to determine. Like the upper end of those estimates would be like 65 to like $88. So it's, I know it's a big range, but it really depends on how much they can expand their exposure to like mortgages and car loans and business loans. I'm not, oh shit. What is this? I lost all my shares because I'm greedy fuck and can't look up Delta on a CC position Moonwind. And get fucked, Carl. Carl did time you out. Does that make those of us who've been saying this for over a year the three-eyed raven? Yeah. No one's ever gonna like you for being bearish, Gaff. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's not like if you're trying to win a popularity contest, being the bear in the room doesn't help. I think we're the White Walkers, many of us. They think we're scary. We think we're powerful, but ultimately a 13-year-old girl could take us down in about 30 seconds after years of hype. I'm too sick for this shit. Boyle CSPs? Ooh. Maybe. Is the IV still absurd? I don't hate this going into January. What would I sell them for though? Jan 13th? Ooh. $20? Jesus, that's actually kind of fucking spicy. I might just sell some today. The yield's not great on those. But the 8 DTEs, it's like almost 10%. Jimmy Barfi just hit 27% on IBKR. Well, yeah, I mean, the price doesn't drop this hard without some effort. Why is Jimmy's IV30 soaring? I can tell you as a call holder on GameStop, the IV30 is not soaring. I don't dislike bonds into the middle of this coming year. I think they'll probably outperform equities. Well, I mean, it depends what you're trying to get out of your equities, but yeah. I'm pretty much just going to be short everything for like the next 6 months. Except for the few things I'm long on. Honestly speaking, do you think this move today on SPX is to fill the gap left from November and then start the next bounce to the 3090s and then a real crash might begin after that? I don't think institutions are well positioned well for a market crash yet. No, but I mean, given that market crashes are a surprise event, right? Not intentional, then technically nobody should ever be well positioned for a market crash. And yet somehow they are. Time and time again. They're just I remember that time that the CEO of AMC diluted his stock even though his shareholders voted against it. And then that time that he announced that he was going to dilute it even more. by destroying the preferred equity that he had given them in order to even further liquidate the underlying stack. You know what? Adam Aaron's just a fucking Chad. He's like, he does not give a fuck. It's just like, boom, hopium, and then does whatever the fuck he wants. Maybe he really is the silverback. Is it just me, or was that a purposeful touch of SSR to the penny? It just seems so odd. I mean, we hit it. That doesn't mean we can't go lower. I remember that time you didn't wear pants during an interview. It told me all I needed to know. I wish I'd told more people that. Cat looks like it's ready to make a move on the daily. I mean, Cat looks terrible today. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it holds the like longer term support there. If PCE is good tomorrow, Cat's gonna fucking rip. I'm gonna buy 0 DTs on it. Nvidia sub 150. Wait till it's sub 100. GME Jan 30 calls have been going up since 10:30. Are you sure IV isn't moving? I mean, no, but it's not moving significantly. What if the entire market goes to 0? Best time to buy. Remember that time you didn't wear pants and got banned from Whole Foods? I was wearing pants. They were just flesh toned. I was pantsless at TGI Fridays. Greetings, OPEC suckers. We've totally not squandered our cash-settled obligation funds on hookers and blow, and we'll make good on our buys, well, whenever the fuck I want. Also, a man dressed as a frog calling himself Frag has showed up offering dances for weeklies. Weird. He's not weird. He's passionate about what he does. Fuckers. Tesla doing anything remarkable today? Dropping like a rock? I feel like that would be better if you did it with Dow and Cat. But no, I haven't. Russia's only aircraft carrier catches fire. I saw that article. Superpower. If SPX hits 0, people will try to wait for SPX to hit negatives before buying. If SPX hits 0, I'm gonna buy literally infinite of it. Until they stop me. That reminds me, how's November OPEX looking after today's price action? Not so great, Gaff. Not so great at all. But December OPEX. I can't buy the upstart float. Who the fuck buys flesh-colored pants? It's a long story. They shouldn't have matched my skin tone, but they did. I was particularly tan that day. I'm not getting into it. Until the brokerage facilitation fee catches up with you. It never will. What happens if SPX loses 37.64? It fills the gap? The gap fills at 37.60. If PCE is neutral or slightly bearish, is most of that factored in with the current SPX price? No. Did you see what happened with the Fed's 50 BPS rate hike? Everyone's like, Fed's totally doing 50 BPS. We're going to price in 50 BPS. And then it's like, oh my god, the Fed did 50 BPS. Curse you. I love you too, Gaff. I'm curious about the mechanics of the AMC Ape reverse split. I'm not clear on how this news made AMC and Ape go inverse. What do you mean? They're gonna convert Ape to AMC. Which actually is probably bullish for Ape, since Ape has been shorted to shit in order to profit off the arbitrage with AMC. Maybe I'll buy some Ape. Huh. Why did Tierferg tell PiFi to go full port GME earlier? We're still getting smashed. I don't know, man. He sends me charts and makes me feel bullish. And then he's like, oh, look what you did to your calls. It's fucked up. He doesn't even label the axes on the charts. I don't know if they're bullish or bearish. I don't even know what they represent half the time. It's just like, look at this chart. Like that guy from Nickelback. Chad Kroger. Oh, did I already miss it? Damn it. Yeah, so when they announced Ape, they started shorting Ape to profit off the arbitrage with AMC. But then if they're gonna remove Ape, then the shorts on Ape will have to cover. Except it's insanely bearish for AMC. So little faith in your ability to actually manage and expect corp growth that you need to juggle market sentiment value to artificially prop the bottom line. Yeah, but he's still a Chad. I mean, he can't run a business, and the business he runs is awful. But not only did he sell the top, but he turned millions of people into bag holders for like 2 years and somehow convinced them that they weren't holding bags. That every day, somewhere around the corner was hiding a massive short squeeze that he was helping them facilitate. And at least Ryan Cohen was never like, I'm totally going to squeeze this bitch, guys. Watch out. He just tweeted nonsense. The tweet explaining how dilution is bullish from Out of Aaron was legit hilarious. It really was. IV30 up 10% per the Fidelity oscillator. Cool. I'm not seeing any movement in my like longer dated contracts yet, so if they're pricing shit up, maybe it's just the weeklies. I'm very bullish on Chewy. GME has been nice long-term holdings that I never paid for, but I'm very upset that I can't sell a single ad spot for my own benefit with your limited content in cooking and beauty. I'm sorry, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. I'll try to up the beauty content soon. I think I have a pimple. Maybe I could treat it with something. And we'll film that. You've brought me joy during the highs and saltiness during the lows. But despite everything, I respect you, Pickle Man, for your dedication and work ethic alone. Happy holiday to all in the pickle jar. Thanks, Mr. Tuttle. Okay, I'm aware. I'm just commenting on the stupidity of where we're at currently. Elon may be onto something with the simulation theory. Maybe. Your Freg left after we put a court jester hat on him. He seemed to have a mental break, muttering nonsensical utterances about OPEX. He stopped dancing and using our weeklies. Said he's going to the source, whatever that means. Also, are your calls red too? What the fuck? Yeah. VUP song ASAP. Save our stock. I don't know if the VUP song will do it, but we can give it a shot. The fucking gap didn't fill.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
Ooh, dork stunt stuff. Does anybody reach out to Ken Griffin so I can interview him? Alright, FTD the VEP song. My bad.
Pickle, pickle, pickle.
It wouldn't be for GME if I didn't FTD it at least once, right? Merry Christmas, Gurk. For your final cast before Christmas, will you read The Night Before Christmas like Goodnight Moon? Cheers, my friend. Thank you, G-Fount. I'll think about it. Merry Christmas, man. I've done everything wrong and will pay dearly for it for quite some time. Anyway, see you next OPEX. Yep. IV for weekly up 15%, 8-day 5%, 16-day 5%, 30 plus same as weekly. It's like the weeklies are skewing it. I don't know why the weeklies are going up so much. They're moving towards expiration, which increases their IV, but seems like an awful lot. Check out GME 22C for Jan 2023. Unusually large buy orders. How large? Back to 20 fast. Maybe, yeah. Man, I really just don't want to get assigned on any more Upstart shares. Why am I looking at Boyle? Oh yeah, I was gonna sell CCs on it. Should do that, right? Probably. 8 days, 10%? It's fucking awesome. I just realized the one DT 3850 call I bought stopped, got gapped over, and I'm down 67%. Oh, Jesus Christ. Cobra. Enjoy your Boyle shares. I'll never get assigned. I'll roll them forever. Have you thought about finishing a degree in cheese whittling? No. $6,200 volume on the Jan 2022 calls. Not too much. Are you sure it wasn't just people selling them? I thought I waited until the very last minute to get weekly's exposure. I was wrong. I just got off a call with my Fidelity rep. Wholly useless? Yeah. Usually that's the case. What were you trying to ask them about? Sorry guys, I bought the exact bottom. This can't possibly work out for me. Stop saying contra Q-sip sippy cup. Decided to roll Upstart CSVs out and down a little at a time. Rolled out to March and down from 20 to 1750. Lost 115 per contract, preserving capital for future plays. What's your buy-in price on assignment? God damn it, Gaff. Don't you dare. Don't encourage that. SBF just posted $250 million bail, but he's broke. How's he broke? Doesn't he still own all those tokenized securities? Now, Sam Bankman-Fried should definitely go to jail, not only for being an idiot, but also for ripping people off. But there is a part of me that wants him to get away with everything because I want to see the way Reddit reacts. Like, if they just let him off. Like, the meltdown on Superstonk, who shouldn't really care about it at all, would be so sweet. Like, imagine the theories. Not only the SBF crime rants, but the theories that, like, they let him off so that MOASS wouldn't happen. Oh, he's definitely going to jail. He stole from rich people. But SBF equals RRP. Please look into it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Even better, they let him off, and the very same day, the stock goes down more. No, here, even better, they confine him during the court proceedings, and GME just nonstop rips the entire time. Then they find him not guilty on all counts, release him, and the stock tanks back to $18. And then he tweets, "I'm sorry." God damn it, Sippy Cup. Contra QSIPs are just a filing status with the DTCC as one equity is converted to another. Because all of the MMTLP shareholders are going to be fresh bag holders of Next Bridge hydrocarbons. Fresh bag, just as heavy. Your scale on Fubo is very deceptive. No, it's not. SBF's still not a worse CEO than Adam Aaron. You should launch an entire line of mail messenger bags called Next Bridge Sippy Cup. You already know you have an audience. SBF lost less money than Musk did this year. Yeah, and less than Amazon. How do you explain Super Contra QSIP, the 16-bit version? I love how people try to find conspiracy in the most like mundane market mechanics. So you had MMTLP. You're getting, I don't even know what the QSIP for Next Bridge will be, but let's call it NXTB. And while this is being converted, a QSIP is made up. This crime. Now, what's really happening here is your bag is being put into a new bag. Yeah, next bag, NXTB. Well, the new bag isn't branded yet. No, people are just trying to find an excuse for why they didn't sell when MMTLP squeezed 1,000%. No cellular mitosis, no cell? What? I heard you only lose if you sell. Yeah. When a share recall occurs, is that made public? No. I can't wait for the excuses when I don't sell when Upstart goes up 1,000%. Well, just if you want some evidence of what those excuses look like, go look at the BBBY room in the Discord. There's a bunch of people over there that didn't sell when their stock went up 600%. They'll tell you all about it. Some of them even bought more. Just tell them daddy's got a gambling problem, Sippy Cup. Apologize for it, pick up your coin, and get on with your life. They know that already. I need new ones. Maybe you can get like a Gamblers Anonymous like 3-month on Craigslist. Don't rub it in. I was out of self-service in Alaska on a boat during the BBBY squeeze. Yeah, but when you got back, wasn't it still worth more than it is now? The answer is yes. Now we're talking. Because all of the things, well, not all of my plays are being targeted by the shorts. Or at least it's not bad on all of them. Nvidia is getting targeted by the shorts, but I'm short Nvidia, so I'm okay with that. Maybe I should talk about how bullish I am on Nvidia so my puts will print. I'm sorry, options was 8x since their earnings call, but I didn't sell then. Looks like I option stratted myself once again. Ouch. Costco has a better deal on Gamblers Anonymous gift cards. Why? I can laugh. I lost money too. I only feel bad about laughing if I don't lose that much money or I make money. Like in June, I felt bad. Because I got stopped out of everything while we were still up. which caused a cascade of option selling that thankfully I wasn't a part of. Don't talk about MMTLP around here. I always get yelled at by people fanning weird ideas like a run of weird dialogues begins, so I'm tiptoeing away from this one. Ha 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 ha. Well, now you've fucking started it. I think I'm adversing you because I only feel bad when you make money. Hmm. Like EPAM? Adult Chat just gave us a play? I don't think so. They did? It very clearly said 8 TR. That doesn't mean anything. What do you know about the obligations warehouse? That's where the fails go when CNS doesn't clear them. What do you want to know about the obligations warehouse? I don't know where it is. I've never been there personally. I imagine it looks like the one in Indiana Jones. Yes, GAF, CNS, CNS, CNS. Do you have to be forklift certified to work in the obligations warehouse? Yes, you do. If you don't believe me, ask emergency exit. Radby on earnings and dropped like a rock. Aggressive shorting for takeover interest or for future guidance, just hot garbage. Probably just hot garbage. You know, I went to a Rite Aid the other day. There was just no one there, and the shelves were all empty. And that's in New York City. There's no customers, and all their shelves are empty. It's worse in New Jersey. What's your go-to source for generating more steady gains? Um, like longer term swing plays on SPX, CCs, some dividends. Although I don't have like a lot of yield on my dividend stocks. It's okay, but I don't have a lot of like high yielding dividend stocks. And I sold my O, which was like my highest yield position. Um but yeah, mostly covered calls. The vast majority of like my income comes from covered calls. Steady income, at least. I don't think New Jersey has better bagels. That sounds like bullshit. You think a metric ton of 0 DTE puts are going to be closed today, or will they cash settle them? I don't know. If they get pressured, we might see them close. Otherwise, they'll just cash settle. I live next to a Rite Aid in California, and the prices there are way overvalued, and no one shops there. Yeah, I don't know why people shop at CVS either. It's also the worst. Partridge Farm remembers when it was worth selling GME covered calls. I mean, it's still not terrible. The IV's still high. Although, very few people have a cost basis in this range. Very, very few. Gotcha. So building a position like Fubo and selling CCs, I ask because it seems like it's better to figure out how to get steady income before yeeting into these other plays. Fubo CCs are worthless right now. Um, yeah, okay. In a year or two, yeah. Quit being a bitter New Yorker. There are like 7 bridges within 2 miles of you. Find one, get over it. Fubo 2025 CSPs. Ooh, at 250? Jesus Christ, you just get the stock for free. I like it. Maybe I will average down, Carl. Huh. Say what you want about the boroughs, but it's still better than North Jersey and South. Is it fundamentally possible for everyone's cost basis to be higher than the current price? I mean, DFV and RC have lower cost bases than the current price. Most of retail's cost basis is significantly higher. Like 35 to $45. Maybe like 32 now. 32 to 37.50 is a better range. I haven't looked in a while. No worries. It's not like I'm underwater on 180 CSPs. 180 CSPs on what? Mike sell CCs. $180 GME CSPs? Why did you sell GME 180 CSPs? I don't want to know. I mean, I kind of do. Also, how haven't they been assigned? Oh, you sold 180 total. Okay. At 20 or lower? I kind of want to sell some right now. Market open Friday, closed Monday. Yeah. Yeah, the market's open this Friday and then closed on Monday. 217, 1875. Oh, okay. Oh, that's not that bad. You'll probably have a chance to get out of those. SPX price action thoughts for the rest of the day. I think gap fill is more likely, but now we're approaching 0 DT profit taking time. 3960 or 3950 out of the question. PS, you're the best. No, 39.50 and 39.60 are going to be heavily dependent on tomorrow's PCE data. I think if we move back to the upside of like the collar, then there's a pretty good chance that we could run up through 3,900. Also, the gamma flip point's been fairly static, but I think it came down a little bit today. So the gamma flip point's now at 38.87. But yeah, we do need to move above 38.35. But if we do, I think we can probably keep running into next week. Double top on GME? I don't know, it's just moving up with the market. If the market continues to climb up, GME probably will too. TD sent a message on Thinkorswim. They're turning off Tesla day trading buying power. I've never seen this before. It's because the price of it has slipped so much. So they're reducing the amount of margin. Probably. That would be my guess. Gherk, you're good at predicting the economic data, though, and you said earlier it probably isn't that good. Yeah, it probably isn't, but it could be. The problem with PC is it's kind of, it can be kind of volatile, and so even though I don't think it's going to improve drastically, it may improve more than I expect. I would say that a 0.2 decrease is reasonable, which would put us at like 5.8% year over year. If we come in at like 5.5 or below 5.5, that's going to be super fucking bullish. And it's not that unreasonable to assume that, because of the volatility of that data point, it's not unreasonable to assume that I could be off by, 0.3. So last gen, there was someone selling far out of the money CSPs at these same prices, and I saw some more now. Is that a more risk-free way to play an unknown time frame expected run with theta on your side? Yeah. It's very capital intensive. And the risk of assignment is always high. But yeah, it is. The problem with those is that you don't volatility can become an issue on a big run. Usually those positions are sold for credit to fund different legs. Bar rates be engorging and tumescent. Yeah, they're going up. How's the GME option flow look? Interesting. A lot of calls bought for January at $22 today. Let me take another look here. Do I have it there? Yeah. It's a lot of Jan 23, $22 calls. And it looks like a big fat chunk of sold Jan 2024. Oh, that's that big synthetic position. I don't know if that's a synthetic short or long. But that one's pretty huge. December, so weekly $20 puts, Feb $30 puts, next week $20 puts, a lot of $20 puts, some $20 calls, and the majority of the delta seems to be on the Jan 23 $22 contract. Wonder what that is. They're going long short at 1750, then long at 22. Maybe that's combined. I wonder if that's like a big jade lizard position. Because volatility on the contract can go up. If you get a big run and you're not far enough out of the money, or far enough in the money, I guess it starts to pick up extrinsic value that can work against you. The 1750Cs are sold, in my opinion. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell because the bid ask is all over the place. A jade lizard is it's an out of the money short put and an out of the money bear call spread. So it's really good on stocks that are over shorted with like high IV. So if you were doing like GME for Jan, well, that'd be what, Jan 24, right? But the calls are much nearer dated. I don't think they're the same. No, probably not a jade lizard. Maybe it's just synthetic short futures. I don't know. I'll have to look at like the chain once we have better data. It's not emerald tortoise. Ridiculous. JPM's rolling their collar. Maybe? I don't think so. Not enough of a drop at the 38.35. I don't think so.
Why would they roll it? I mean, they're perfectly positioned now. They would only roll it if they were at risk. What do you think about VIX 29C Jan 17? Bought a long time ago for hedging. With today's move, it's only down 60%. Is it a good time to get out now or expect more ups? So you bought out of the money VIX calls as a hedge? Generally you don't do that because of theta decay. Um, VIX went up quite a bit today. It could go up more tomorrow. It could go down tomorrow. I really don't know, but you're just burning theta on that position. That's not how you hedge with VIX, by the way. What's the best platform to paper trade on? I've lost 100k between Rev, Upstart, and OPEXs, and some other bad trades over the past year. I think it's time to go back to basics. I haven't paper traded in a long time, but I know Thinkorswim used to be the best. On second thought, the 1750Cs may have been bought. The daily VWAP is closer to the high price in MC. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what persists. It looks like it's either synthetic long or short, or the near dated calls are another leg of the same position. My Fubo cost basis is 360. Is that good? I don't think it's that bad. It's a little high, but I don't think that's a problem. My cost basis is like 320 something, so it's not much better than yours. I wonder how many Wall Street Bets accounts are going to get margin called because Schwab TDA is pulling the buy power on Tesla. Who the fuck is still holding Tesla at these prices? Like, I know there's people that were in it early, but there can't be that many of them left. Since Tesla split, the price of the stock has gone down, what, like fucking 60%? It's got to be ridiculous at this point. God, Schwab really did me a favor last night, huh? Where's Victor? I don't know. What's a brown-eyed whale? I have no idea. Wouldn't Jeffrey's Tesla downgrade? I just want to know when they're going to downgrade their bonds. That's all I care about. Then Tesla back to 20. Man, imagine if Buried stayed in his Tesla short. In October of last year, one of my physical therapists told me he convinced his dad to move 100% of his retirement into Tesla. Oh, man. That's really sad. Am I gonna get shadow banned again for asking about a board game? Maybe. I'm buying Tesla shares while hedging the 2024 puts to sell covered calls. But why buy them at 120 when you could just buy them at like 95 or 60? I'm sorry, 90 or 65. There's a book list recommendation on the subreddit T5. I don't know about YouTube. I haven't really seen any content on trading on YouTube yet that I think is all that great. There's good like options and market plumbing information on YouTube, but not so much the trading part. Most of that's bullshit. There's definitely no classes for trading. Um, if you really want to get good at it, you know, get an internship at a hedge fund or something. But I do have a book list on the subreddit that you can check out. Something seems sus as fuck on the GME bar rate going up and XRT shenanigans. Yeah, I know. Something's fishy. Maybe they just don't have to cover till the new year. I don't know. Like I said, there's something up, but we don't know what it is. I don't like that. I know someone that's a huge Elon Musk fanboy. He's only been buying Tesla stock and calls. Never puts, because that would be betraying Elon and the stock. So, how does he feel when Elon sells massive quantities of his shareholding in order to pay for his acquisition of dying social media companies? After he said he would never sell any more of his stock, like 10 times. Yeah, no problem, T5. Against the gods, learn risk, people. Does Against the Gods really teach risk, or does it just warn you about the evils of ignoring it? You just gotta watch the last 18 months of the stream on 2x. That's not true. Even meet Kevin, who loves Tesla, sold some of his portfolio. I mean, after he got locked into the fucking Twitter thing and the split, I just sold deep in the money calls, and then those those got realized way faster than I expected, but thankfully Schwab forced me to sell all my Tesla in the pre-market today. It's the unusual 4D chess excuse. Oh, okay. He had his fingers crossed, Gherk. Gaff, are you on top of those bond downgrades? I hope you're paying attention. Elon said his money would be last to leave Tesla. Just because he leaves $1 in doesn't mean his money's the last out. There's something to say for just diamond handing these upstart Jans, right? This thing might pop at any time, and they aren't worth rolling or averaging down, in my opinion. It's up to you. I mean, they're definitely worth. It's probably worth closing them, given they're not likely to go up, but. I guess if you don't care about the loss. Yeah, they're pretty fucking dead, huh? Jesus Christ, IV crushed on those hard yesterday. Eyebrow jumped to 27% just now. Cool. What's happening with XRT? I don't know. Looks like it's turning around with the market. Yeah, I don't really know if they're worth selling. I mean, there's not much to be captured from them. I guess it depends on how leveraged you are. I might keep some open just in case, but I'm probably going to close out most of them and just start selling CSPs again. And then build up like a Jan 2024 position. Fixed income is typically dead from 12/20 through end of year, so relatively quiet. Even the most recent announcements won't actually post issuance until after the new year. Okay. I don't expect their bonds to get downgraded just yet, but maybe after Q4, like after earnings. What's the latest on the Upstart play? It's getting shorted to shit along with everything else. The market's been dropping all day. It's not been fun. Is Gamma Max relevant in after hours? Not really. My 12/23 GME 40C is dead. Yes. They very likely are. Definitely interesting to see what earnings show across multiple sectors. Honestly, they can hide quarter over quarter, but annual is a bit tougher to skim past. Yeah, I'm excited for earnings, or at least my puts are. If GME went up 2.5% on every 1 minute candle for the rest of the day, that $40 call might be worth something. Thank goodness, no more OPEX. Now we can focus on important things like making guap on cat and SPX and then talking about cooking all day. What do you think of the 4625 call, 1217 GME? It's really fucking far out of the money. PCE makes markets sad tomorrow, right? Not necessarily. PCE could be good tomorrow. Doesn't sound too bad, does it? I do like the SPX. There isn't a lot of money to be made on Caterpillar right now, though. Is there a world where shorts capitulate before the end of the year? Maybe. If they want to realize profits for the tax year. What's the downside of selling CCs above your cost basis? Just free money? I mean, it's not free money. There's risk that the price could rise above your cost basis. Maybe significantly above your cost basis, and then you would obviously miss out on the upside. Getting assigned at your cost basis after holding a security for like 2 years is kind of a waste of your fucking time, isn't it? Cat might be the stock that Pickle Jar has made the most money on. I don't know. Maybe. Not a lot of people played Caterpillar when I used to talk about it. It wasn't until like the last run that anyone really paid attention. BBY sold CCs, got trapped, yeah. Can confirm I never played Cat. I know you haven't, Gaff. But how's that Bitcoin looking? But the ones that did play it made big gains almost every time. Yeah. Yeah, there've been a few people that've been like in the Cat play with me since like the beginning. It's been really good. I've definitely made more money off SPX this year than Caterpillar though. I've now made more money off SPX this year than GME. Cat is a beautiful manifestation of market dynamics. It's the best. It's just very reliable and its runs are consistent and it's constantly mispriced. So all of those factors together are pretty fun. Hmm. Why is Sava holding up so fucking well?
All right, I think I'm gonna close my bear call spreads. SPX closing price prediction 37.75. I don't know. We could continue to see more profit taking on the put side here. ES looks like it's getting ready to maybe move up some more. PX might move up too. I don't know. So maybe SPX back to like 37.75 and then another bounce. I can see that happening. Like fill that gap might fill like here. 37.81, I guess it's at. If we don't fill this gap though, that's gonna get pretty bullish. If we do, then it's maybe like just like a head and shoulders. Break down more into the end of the day. I played cat 3 times in the last 18 months and I made a solid 25% each time and quick too. Yeah, it's good. I wasn't really talking about today's performance on Sava. I was more looking at like the last couple weeks. Like Sava right now is just like at the same low that it was at in like October and November. Like on a longer term time frame, Sava looks it's got a little bit more support on the downside. Bar rate is 43.1% on GME. Wait, what? On IBKR? Seriously? I played it twice, sold it at about 45% both times, only to see it run up to 400%. Ah, yes. Like I can't day trade. Yeah, you'd have to swing different price levels, which is harder if you're busy during the day. I get it. It's not easy to play SPX if you have another job. Definitely not intraday. What are you rolling your upstart out to? March 25s? No, I'm just gonna start building a position for like Jan 2024. How do you get rid of bias? Like, I buy calls more than puts, causing me to be too bullish even though the bearish signs are there. You just practice more trading to get rid of it? Um, I don't know. I think most traders have like a bias one way or the other. I think it's best to just find a way to make that bias work for you. Either get really good at picking long positions when things look bearish, or
get more comfortable with buying puts. Retest of 3,800 before a drop into end of day. I don't know. This could break down here. That's my problem with that. 3,800 would be ideal because I think that's where long side positioning would prefer to be for PCE tomorrow. But we might break down here. I think this gap fill is pretty critical in determining where we're going to close the day out. Did you ever cover the negative cash balance on ETF today? If it's been resolved or still negative? Thanks. I don't know. Have we gotten any data on that yet? But overall value is decreasing as GME drops. Yeah, it will. Selling CSPs is a good way to generate like income. You can use like delta neutral strategies on stocks that aren't very active. Although you may not make a lot off of them unless it's like earnings. It's just grindy getting your port from 10 to 25k, but you know, the little gains compound pretty quickly. Or, you know, get really, really, really fucking good at trading really fast and just trade SPX. Like if I had to grow a 50k or like a 10k or a 5k account, I would just use SPX, right? Because but I also don't care if I lose the money in it. If it really mattered and I had to hold on to that, like that was all the money I had, then I would definitely be taking strategies that are safer. So selling CSPs on things you like is a good way to generate revenue as you wait for buy-in opportunities. So, like, I can listen and talk sometimes during the day, but I take multiple from stream to work. Plus, starting the first of the month, I'm out until March. Shit. I mean, on swing trades on SPX, you don't need to monitor them as much, but you need a lot of money to buy the contracts. And in the current environment, longer dated positions on SPX are really risky because what's going on with the economy is so volatile. Meet Kevin bought a jet, win Pi-Fi Air. I don't know who he is. How do you buy a jet as a butcher? Also, why would you buy a jet? What a fucking waste of money. I mean, there's ways to trade SPX where you don't risk your capital a lot. You need to be good at it, but that's the problem. Is it you have to be very proficient at trading it to trade it with very little money. I heard we're MOASsing on Monday. Thoughts? I don't know, man. If the bar rate keeps going up, maybe. Interesting. Dork. The tips are going back the other way, Dork. What's this? I'm not kidding you. Upstart's tips have reversed. The up tips they're spreading again. Like teasing us. It's a total tip reversion. Dork, tell me sweet things about my negative 90% calls. Tell me why my GME tips look like they've peaked in the pre-market. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's tip reversion. They are for January. It's okay. Don't worry about it, Dork. I'm gonna blame this all on JFresh. That's his fault because I didn't have Gamma Max today. Yeah, me too. Okay. I can see that you're thinking about continuing to hold those calls. I mean, they're already worth nothing, right? What if it's just a big tease? Then as you near, they slap their knees together. Ah. I almost got my head crushed that way one time. It's a long story. Average down and reduced delta with near dated puts like a gentleman. All right. Shockingly strong thighs. She was a volleyball player. I thought I was gonna die. And I couldn't hear out of my right ear for like an entire day. Time to buy. Dude, no one wants to buy AMC. Did you rug pull me this morning? No, did you rug pull me this morning? Would a modest increase in IV offset loss of theta on Jan calls? Yeah, if IV on Jimmy went up to 120%, it wouldn't be so fucking bad. What's the probability of a large GME OPEX run from now until April 15th? I'm fucked right now. Scared to sell CCs. No money left for CSPs. Hold me. I hate you. I love you. Merry Christmas. Get well soon. Sincerely, Bipolar Bear. I mean, based on the illiquidity of GME, quite high between now and April 15th. I see you've chosen the IRS date there. What's your deal with the IRS? Is it just because you're into like you're like an accountant or whatever, and you're obsessed with IRS due dates? Where Matthew McConaughey? That looks like a rounded bottom breakout to me. Merry holidays, everybody. Hope you all successfully harvested those tax losses. Thank you so much, Idaho Beef. I suppose I could make it happen for you. Although I really hate that song.
You see, the thing about trading stocks is there's really only one single indicator that truly matters. Now, I know that I have commonly been referred to as the best trader of our generation, or Girk's right-hand man, or the king of quants, or Defkin. But the most important thing is that I see things and indicators that others do not. I can't give two hoots about FTDs or cycles or what have you. Nor do I care about the economic calendar, futures, and rates, or them FOMC meetings. All that really matters when it comes to trading any stock is one single indicator that will change your life. Let me just put it this way. I've been using the rounded bottom breakout ever since I paid someone on the internet to tell me about rounded bottom breakouts. I don't do it to be cool. I don't do it to make a statement. I just like losing money.
Oh, we've heard it before. I love GME investors so much. You guys are the best. Like right here, down 10%. Financially ruined. Here, down 6.5%. When do I buy more? I finally saw the video that the daddy chill meme came from. Holy fuck, that was funny as hell. I was full ported this morning and I've doubled down with another full port.
Jesus.
It's like half squat. Every time the guy touches a stock, he loses 95% of his money. But he still has money. He still keeps buying more stocks. Popcorn trader? Popcorn trader has YOLO'd his life savings in to various stocks 30, 40 different times now. Because my life is working for stock YOLOs. One day I hope Half Square makes money. That's not hard to do when your life savings is a bi-weekly paycheck. You really need good consistency, though, if you're going to be YOLOing your bi-weekly paycheck every time. Do you hope Walken makes money? Only when he inverses me. How Upstart with such insane FTDs still did not run? It's a good question. How come nothing's run? Consistency isn't hard when you hold weeklies into the ground every week. Wait, that's not, no. I did it after losing $400 today. I've made 15. I am a stock god. Congratulations, Blues Banana. No, SPX is pumping hard. We never did fill that gap, did we? Yeah. This was bullish as shit. Like, when we didn't fill here. I didn't buy any calls for that, but I should have. Looks like my my calls are gonna be part of a strangle tonight. I think they still need to run it. I just don't know what's deferring the run. It's pretty skewed, Sam. I'm down bigly this year, but I've learned a lot, so my New Year's resolution is to only buy 0 DT SPX puts, because so far I've lost a lot less on those than anything else. Happy New Year, Russell, my Jimmies. I've diamond handed my 38.35 1 DTE from negative 68% to negative 29% winning. We use this for a 1 DTE straddle. You could. I mean, if we move up to the collar by end of day, straddling the collar is probably really, like, if you can get a straddle in at that price point, it's probably really good. SPX chart is available on the WeBull desktop. You just have to type SPX in. Obscure holiday trivia. Tio de Nadal, a Catalan tradition of first feeding and then whacking a decorated Christmas log so it later defecates gifts. Like a piñata? What type of strangler are we looking at? As high as the price goes, a put, and then 38.75 calls, because those are the calls I have. Is there any weird combination of rules that could, however, implausibly lead to another date in the near future? Sure, there could be deferral exceptions for this week because of Christmas, but they shouldn't stack. Because if they're able to dodge the tax accounting of that position, that means everybody who's counter positioned to them gets fucked over. XRT 2.2 million as of yesterday's holdings. Okay, so down. When he inverses me, same like, damn, Walken, you called this shit perfectly. Get fucked, nerd. Called what shit? I agreed with you, you son of a bitch. I said if we don't fill the gap, yes. If we do, we were gonna drop. We didn't fill the gap, right? Congratulations, Walken. Yo, dog, I heard you like deferrals. Yeah, so we put a deferral on top of your deferral. That way you never have to cover. He misspelled his own name. Upstart Jan 60s are $1. Why would you tell me that, dork? What am I supposed to do with that information, man? Excess deferral used to be up to 11 trading days ahead of the holiday. Yeah, but it's not anymore. We should just refer to him as Walgen from here on out. Ooh. Every time I interact with Walken, I feel like I don't even know how to explain it. Hold on. I actually have a perfect example. Hmm. It's like this.
Now, I got a message for all you liberals out there. You want my gun, my firearm? Come take it from me. Just walk through my door, come into my home, and take it from me. With your weak, soft, liberal, girlish hands. Just try to put those hands on me. Those soft, liberal hands. Put them on me, on my body. Just slowly, gently dragging your fingers up and down my arm, giving me goosebumps. You want my gun? Come kiss me for it. But not like right away. Don't be too obvious with it. Let's do that thing where our faces get close to each other. And you know it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. You just stare at each other's lips. But you're waiting for the right signal to give yourself over to them completely. Like in a walk to remember. Come do that for my gun. Bite my lip and play with my hair. For my firearm. If you want my gun, come spank me for it. Not like too hard, but like still hard, you know? Like hurt me but make me feel safe at the same time. You pussy liberals.
Who's this? Walking? He'll tell you he doesn't talk like that, but we know that's not true. What range do you see SPX SPY moving in based off economic data coming out? 3,900 to 3,700. Do you think we'll get 3,900 plus again to load up on March puts? If PCE is good tomorrow, yeah, we can. I wouldn't be surprised if we moved up to the... Now that we're breaking up above 3,800, I wouldn't be surprised if we move right up to the fucking... the collar again. Into the end of the day. We have another 50 minutes. Why is the upstart spread 1 cent? Someone's buying it? Don't talk like that. I told you that message was private. Well, no one knew who it was from until you spoke up, JC. How long have you had that video saved? I didn't. I just saved it. I sent it to Walk-In the other day. Why do you think the funniest things I do are always planned, Trash? I have another one, but it's not appropriate for the stream, unfortunately. No, no, it's like not appropriate for YouTube. Is that better? Wait, are you seriously not Persian? All my Persian friends joined the channel because they thought you were. Oh, yeah, you should tell them I'm not. We draw some Christmas themed JPM collar artwork. Yes. What does Jamie Dimon look like? He's got like white hair and he's old, right? JPM color. It's Wilson. Someone in Discord was saying a run tomorrow based on the FINRA deferral calendar as compared to March. Oh, because OPEX was earlier this year? Interesting. How does the JPM color benefit JPM? Oh, it's part of their fucking mutual fund. What's the name of that goddamn thing? It's the JP Morgan Hedged Equity Fund. So it's like a hedged long only strategy. It returns like I think like a fixed rate between 3 and 5% or 3.5 and 5.5%. It's the reason it's important is because it's massive. It creates like its own level of gamma exposure in the SPX. They're long the underlying, right? They're long the S&P 500, but it's a hedged, like it's a hedged long. So if the market underperforms or corrects, right, then the losses would be offset by the collar. So you either get returns on the underlying or you get a fat dividend. I'm looking into BN. Looks like it bounced slightly above the daily low from October, trending slightly positive. PT of 3650 by end of Jan to aggressive. This is BN? Brookfield Corporation. There's still a little more room to the downside on this. I would say just because the near term like low exceeds the previous support level. I would say that yeah, there's also some previous support around the $30 mark. And this bounce currently is in no way confirmed. I would say that yeah, you could still see a little bit of downside on this. But 3650 by end of January. Maybe if it does test the $30, I don't think that's unreasonable. Like 34.20 would be a little more conservative, Yaga. With maybe like a little bit of positioning, aiming for the 3650 target. Man, I really should have kept those SPX 0 DTEs. Yeah, I'm right there with you, bud. I mean, they'd be worthless now, just so you know. If you keep 0 DTEs that long, they're going to lose most of their value. The stream card should have been initial D cards drifting into a corner to accentuate the recent moves in the market. Basically, sideways and down. Wow, I'm somehow profitable today. Christ. Things can turn around quick. No problem, Yaga. JPM color same like miniature space-time anomaly, which warps space around it. Yeah, you could think of it that way. Like, not even a joke, but you could think of it that way. What time is PCE data tomorrow? 8:30 a.m. I would have 4x my DGen 0DT SPX account if I would have kept my straddle from pre-market. Still a good day. SPX gains higher than long positions, unrealized losses. Yeah. I mean, depending on how much time you have on your straddle, the other side of it could still have time to be realized. Like my calls from the straddle, which are reduced slightly because I sold half of them at market open. But those are for the 30th. So tonight, depending on how high we climb here, we could get rejected at almost any level, I think, at this point. We've pushed up pretty aggressively so far. But say we do bridge this gap and climb up to the collar, I'll probably buy puts and calls at the collar, and then I'll just have like that slightly bullish leverage at the 38.75 strike. That could burn me though. Maybe I'll roll the 38.75s down and then add. I still have those 39.50 puts. Maybe just buy puts. Yeah, I'll probably just buy near the money puts before close, actually. I think I already have enough long side leverage here. I don't really want any more. I laid down my OPEX position, but I also just replaced the power board on my dishwasher rather than buy a new one. Feels like a win. Nice. So we went up $1. Let's fucking go. I think what's more important here, D-Engineer, is that our tips have reversed. Our tips are significantly reversing. Also, I've already lost all the money on the position, so what's the cost? No, we want the tips to continue to spread. They already touched. We don't want them touching again. Touching again is bad. We want fast divergence in the tips after the touch. This just keeps going up. Okay, those 38.15s would have been worth something now. No, I mean, the touching is a great time to buy positions. It's just not a good time to make money on them. Divergence in tips, then volume. Yes. Halton to close. One could only hope. This is an awfully strong bounce, given how much internalization we've had recently. There's no way they fucking run GameStop on a Friday into a holiday weekend. No. Right? No. With 0 DTEs? No. That's absurd. This is just hopium. Don't... I've been hanging out with you guys too much. I'm starting to feel things. Or it's the medication. Or the fever. It's... No. The Friday before Christmas? The FOMO next week would be at Jan 21 levels. Yeah. It's the medication. You still have no feelings. Oh, okay. Don't buy any more 0 DT SPX calls. Don't tell me what to do. Well, because if you run it on a Friday into Christmas weekend, then everyone goes home and tells their boomer parents, look, this stock's up 20% in the last day. And, you know, like uninformed investors do. They're like, oh my God, a stock that's up 20%? I should buy it. Then that happens. And then you get a whole fresh new round of bag holders. Retail loves buying shit at the top of a run. I never realized, like, they talk about it in books. And people make fun of it at hedge funds, but I never realized how pervasive it was until I did this. Nobody loves to do any, like retail investors, the thing they love most is buying things that are up like 50% already. It's perfect. We need to rug the grandparents too. Like, oh, that's up. It must be a great stock. What a fantastic investment. Rug pull it at max liquidity. Max volatility, you mean? I'm not gonna lie, there is an advantage to pumping it hard, because when you short vol's that much higher. It works when it's not a bear market and it's the SPY. That's true. It's weird that they banned GME on Wall Street bets. No, it's not. They got tired of everyone coming in there telling people to DRS their fucking shares. No one wants to do that. It's weird. Okay? It's like your cousin who found God and quit alcohol. He's not fun to be around anymore. What's the most retarded position that you've ever had that paid off? And on the flip side, that completely destroyed you? My current OPEX position's pretty bad. I put like 75,000 in one DTE Tesla calls, and it did nothing but tank into close. And then it gapped up $40 overnight. That one was pretty good. Elon tweeted something. I don't know. It was a bull market. It didn't matter. I mean, how many times have you guys watched me like make and lose $10,000 in a day on like the same day on SPX 0 DTEs? There's no question about my level of degeneracy. The difference is that I'm not spending more than I can lose when I do that. Are we gonna close over 38.50? No, no. I don't think we're gonna break the top of the collar. But spending bill is bullish. Anytime the government blows a lot of money, bullish. It's never a bad thing. Print more money, stocks go up. You ask, what about the debt? That's what we have missiles for. That's not real. That's just money that we pretend to owe people. They can't collect it, right? Welcome to America. The bar rate doesn't pop out of nowhere for no reason, though. It seems like exposure isn't the worst thing. I agree. But I still don't like not knowing the why. You know what happens when you don't gamble more than you can lose? I told my wife of my losses, and she laughed at me and then gave me some comforting, never gamble the mortgage. Did you gamble the mortgage, John Smallberries? Oh, you quoted, quote, comforting? Those are apostrophes, by the way. Now you're speaking my language. Sorry, cousin. No, I'm not paying you back for that loan. Yeah, just never talk to them again. Dear God, Upstart IV is abysmal. That's why she left? What? You guys aren't gambling your mortgages? If GME's bar rate keeps going up, I might be holding my calls until expiration. Killing them softly with these hands. If you trade under an LLC and lose money, can you write it off as a business expense? Oh, no. But sometimes, yes. What do you got, Torque? Just propaganda. You know, did anybody ever tell you that you're a cock tease? Do you know a way to fix the shadow ban on YouTube? Have you heard from your friend who went into recovery? The one who gave you the house. Is he alive? Yeah, him and his wife are doing counseling, and he bought a new boat. Their child is still, well, he's a piece of shit. But he's started at a prestigious Long Island daycare. Kindergarten? I don't know what it's called. My killing me softly joke was out of character for you. Leave the terrible puns to me. It was just easy. Have you tried to sell him back the house? No. No, I haven't. Yuck, living the dream. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how his life goes. He's really, really wealthy, and then his family's really wealthy, too. So, like, most of his fuck-ups are very well protected. I would never buy a boat. It's a fucking waste of money. Maybe if I had, like, a few billion, but otherwise, no. What's up, Hazy? The tips are diverging again. GME's borrow rate keeps going up, and everything got really bullish into the end of the day for no reason. I will admit that earlier things did get overly bearish for no reason, but we're past that now. What are you gonna do with that thing? I told you I'm gonna rent it out to OnlyFans models and create a digital cat house of sorts. No touching. Well, people pay OnlyFans models way more money than they pay actual prostitutes. So I think it's an even better business model, actually. Well, only librarians, too. That's just part of the model, Jen. Don't worry. It's nicer than their home. Better scenery. It's got ocean views. Well, Long Island Sound views, but ocean. It has cathedral ceilings and long pieces of window. Something else that the real estate agent said. There's a pool. So yeah. What's it called? The Long Island Sound? Because it's very quiet. I just got an only librarians ad. Yeah, we're doing some pre-campaigning. Working title, Hell's Portfolio. Oh my god. If your tenants need a male actor, then I have the perfect person for you if you would like to consider him. That person is Carl. Think about it for a second and it'll all make sense. Oh. Interesting. How do you feel about messing around and buying some DTE 3835Cs? I think I'm jumping back in. I'm actually gonna buy some of those before close, and then I'm gonna buy some 3800 puts. You mean you can't hear the fist bumps from Jersey? Jersey's on the other side. Those aren't, they're not across. Long Island's across from Connecticut, not New Jersey. You can hear Larry Fink picking his belly button if you listen quietly into the still of the night. He's relatable. He's got low T. He's perfect. I agree. I'm gonna have to update my picture to include my glasses. I'm out of character. Yes. Today's stream picture, you look like Ursula. Thank you. Are New Jersey Guidos a thing? Yes. XRT manager extraordinaire. Read my fucking name this time. Ahem. Good evening, Pickle Jar. I know you see the borrow rate rising and your gay sex metaphor looking bullish, but I have blow to buy and I'm still horny. What will I do tomorrow? Buy the stock? Can't wait to see what you'll do, Gherk man. I already lost all my money. I don't care. Good old casket stocks. Yep. Tips diverging, bar rate going up. So you're saying there's a chance for my 90-30C weeklies? No, those are probably fucked. It's not gay, it's binding between bros. Exactly. But Larry Fink doesn't have an OnlyFans. You just don't know his username. What does the borrow rate increasing mean to you since we're out of the OPEX window? Well, it means that they need to borrow shares. I don't know if we're out of the OPEX window, but there's definitely something in the deferrals we're missing. But generally, rises in the borrow rate happen very, very shortly before runs, or at least this year they have. A couple days before March, a couple days before May. And the borrow rate is rising quite rapidly. Okay, I'm ready. Shh. Oh, much better, Jen. Nice. Hot. Also, excellent shushing. How do we take advantage? Well, I mean, the CCC might just cover up everyone's deaths. CCP. Isn't today technically still OPEC settlement? Yes. Well, OPEC settlement is done, but today is T+3, the last period of T+3, or the bell to bell settlement from a 28-day calendar day deferral. I would donate serious money to have Jen shush me. Didn't you say they could run it at any time? It's just more convenient to do it for OPEXs. Yes, which is something we've seen twice now. Any reason for this baby to move tomorrow? I don't know, man. Tips are diverging. Bar rate's going up. I like it. Dork's been showing me propaganda charts. And my options are already down 90%. Like, how much more can they lose? Max risk is 10% at that point. Oh, 1 second. Nobody said halt into close. Line for the Only Librarians site. Check out my Dewey Decimals. That doesn't sound that hot. Oh, never mind. Worked for Carl. Gork, are we halting into close? Don't say that. No. Right? Is the AMC reverse split going to be a nothing burger? They're not reverse splitting, they're just converting ape into common stock. It'll probably cause a run on ape. Because of the arbitrage short. AKA diluting shares against their shareholders' wishes. Again. Extra dilution. After conversion, they want to do a 10-to-1 reverse, though. Doesn't that just leave them at the same amount of shares they started with? But worth less money? Jesus, imagine if he had shareholders that could do math. The tips don't update that often. How come we don't talk about Max Payne anymore? It's kind of an irrelevant metric. Max Payne is just where the market maker hedges to like stay neutral. But it's not static, right? The spread on Jimmy's calls tomorrow is messed up. Yeah, it was really interesting that IV was rising so much on the weeklies earlier today. It's nice to paper trade SPX and delude myself into thinking I would have held my 0 DTE calls this long, right? I wouldn't have. Don't feel bad. I would never use the straddle function to purchase a straddle. Don't ever use pre-programmed options positioning. because it just buys everything at the bid and sells everything at the ask, or vice versa. So you'll always get the worst possible fill. You don't get a better fill. You get a worse fill. Speaking of straddles. How is AMC up 60% today? Because they're diluting again. It's also not. It's down 8%. Wait, did AMC halt into close? No, AMC's not halted. Fuck off. PC is at 8:30 a.m. Ape is up 76%. Yeah, but it was worthless, so it's not like a big move. Do you think it's similar to November CPI that for the super bullish day market drop to close the put side? Well, but we're rising into close. I do think some puts got closed out. Quite a few today. That's 4 forever stamps. Is a halter clothes? I don't know. Can you wear it in public? Yeah, you can use SPXS and SPSL. I don't actually care about the borrow rate. I care about the fact that there is activity in the lending pool. The borrow, like the retail borrow rate is meaningless, right? Why is the common advice not to hold weeklies overnight? Because of theta decay. My 3-year-old is asking if pigeon whales fly underwater or swim. Can you or any of the present pigeon whales illuminate? Tell him to think of like flying fish. They can both swim underwater and fly above it. But they're more like bumblebees, with very small wings, large bodies. I think my band name would be Halt into Close. Our genre would just be getting everyone amped up for 10 minutes and then rug pull everyone in the audience. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was interesting, I guess. Everything pulling back a fairly significant chunk of the drop today. With SPX, almost half of its drop today. PCE data first thing in the morning, so that'll be pretty deterministic for market direction over the next week, probably into the 12:30 expiration. Based on where we're positioned right now, it's really hard to say where the majority of neutral positioning for tomorrow morning is, but I would say probably between 3,800 and 3,850. I'll have a better idea if I get a morning OI update. ES is still climbing, so it's very possible we continue to climb. Maybe ES moves back above like the 3968 level and finds some stability there. Cooling PCE as one of the Fed's largest indicators of forward inflation would be very significant, and you know, market participants might consider that to be enough data alongside the cooling CPI and PPI data that we've seen to facilitate a shift in the Fed's plan, which I don't know if the Fed is going to do, but they are getting a little dangerous with the rate increases at this point. So we'll see how it plays out, but straddles or strangles are pretty good right now. As far as the, stocks we're following, it looks like borrow rates are increasing, at least on the retail side across the board, which is somewhat indicative of what happened before the March and May OPEX runs. It's possible that we're seeing that again, and that somewhere our understanding of deferments and the regulations surrounding them are incorrect. Maybe the deferment carries until the due date and then they get T+2, like the standard settlement period once the deferment is realized. I don't know, but I've watched this stock every day for 2 years, and I can tell you that based on the data and based on the price action, something is going on here. And there's something we're missing, but it still looks like it's about to run. I got a tingle in my plums, if you will. And since I've lost all the money on my contracts, I might as well fucking hold them. And I think all of you have watched it too, right? And all of you kind of, like, I know you all get overly bullish, but in this time, everyone should be overly bearish, but there's something up, right? Better get checked. Yeah, it's probably cancer, but we'll find out. Anyway, we'll find out. Probably not today, but maybe tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you all have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everybody.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.